Hello, hello. Hopefully everything's set up without crashing. All right, here we go. Question time. Does the stream start automatically? No, I manually start it every day, and because I'm streaming on multiple places, it requires me to start it up on multiple places and then make sure everything's set up right. Which, if you've never seen like the YouTube side of that, it's a whole ordeal. So every day I waste like 10 minutes of time just setting up the YouTube live stream. Like the Twitch one is great. You just press go live and you're done. But for YouTube, you have to like actually create an entire event and then go through here and like set up this event and then stream to this specific event. And it's just, it's so annoying. So yeah, I like set it up and then I always do the music. And then while the music's running, I make sure that everything's actually live. Because the first time I tried to go live, I didn't actually go to live to YouTube like last week. So now I'm like paranoid. So I'm like, okay, I give myself a 3-minute buffer and I can quickly go check everything on like my phone. What got you considering streaming? I saw a bunch of people that were like doing it as like Rails developers. And that was like part one. Part two was, a lot of like my growing pains are like, how do I diversify the content? And trying to diversify by uploading like videos was not going too hot. Because what happens is the videos get shown to your subscribers first. Let's say I do, I don't know, like I'm going to pick on a WordPress video I did forever ago. So it was like 2 years ago when I did this. Yeah, we'll talk about like Rails devs that are streaming because I actually have like a pretty big list at this point of people that started streaming. But like I did a WordPress video, for example, right? Let me see. Okay, so we have this one. And you'll probably see, I don't know, some numbers here. I don't know. I uploaded this, and this one, like off the start, just the analytics were just terrible. It was, I mean, if I come in here, let me see if I can like scope this to the first 24 hours. I got like 56 views, and you can see here, this gray bar, this is like my usual range. So when this video went live, I knew it was not going to perform too well, but still like 56 views in the first hour at this time. And this was in like 22. That was still like pretty bad for me. That was, the usual was like 120 to 150. So when that happened, I was like, okay, that was like the first time I tried it. I was like, it didn't really do too hot. And I tried a couple times since then to like diversify, but I was like, it's not going to work, at least not in this form. But then I saw that there was a couple people that started streaming like programming and stuff, and they would, I mean, it wasn't like Rails streamers. This was like 2 or 3 years ago, but they would do, they'd stream like their development and stuff on Twitch, and they would do, I don't know, like C# development, Windows development, stuff like that, or they'd be like React developers. And I followed a couple of them as like a case study. So for like a year or so, I would sit there and I wouldn't watch any of their content. It was strictly just like, I'm going to follow these people and see what their growth looks like. So I was like this stalker in the background, just running the numbers and crunching them and seeing. And I saw a couple people where they would just stream themselves working on, one of the examples was like a React chat application. Super simple concept. You've probably seen it a billion times. You've probably watched tutorials on it. But them actually live streaming it, like the engagement was through the roof. And their channel blew up from like 6,000 to, I don't know, like 25,000 subscribers at the time. I was like, okay, so that's interesting, because you would think that a less streamlined process for learning how to do this would be like less efficient in terms of people watching it, but there was more people that were like, yeah, this is super cool. So that was like the first part. I was seeing a lot of like really fast growth with it, and I was like, okay, maybe there's something there. And like part of the thing is like with Rails especially, you have such a like tight knit small community. I don't want to insult Rails, but like it's a pretty small community. And then like expanding that gets kind of difficult, because as you like saturate the market, like there's fewer and fewer people that you can appeal to. So I was like, okay, how do I grow it? And then I was like, maybe I need to start streaming. But then lately I've been seeing a bunch of people that are going live on YouTube and streaming like Ruby on Rails stuff. So let me switch over. We'll get out of the meme account real quick. And then if we come in here, we can see, so for example, what is it? Fractal Mind was one that I talked about the other day. He's on vacation right now, but he started streaming working on his like his Turbo List application. Hi, Dean. I know that way ahead, but at some point I would like your opinion on what kind of projects you would use Next.js, let's say with Prisma instead of Ruby on Rails, for example. Yeah, so I'm going to like go through this and I'm going to learn this, hopefully, and then maybe I'll have some opinions. Right now, all I really know is it somehow relates to React, and deploying it is easy with like Vercel. That's pretty much my only point of reference right now. But yeah, so like Fractal Mind started streaming, and if I come in here to the subscription box, and we ignore the obvious RuneScape stuff, there was another one that went live the other day. What was it, like Ruby? It was like the Ruby, right here, Ruby Ronin. They just started streaming yesterday, I think. And then there's like, you know, I'm gradually seeing more and more people give it a try. And like that started a week or two ago, and I was like, you know, maybe I should try it. And there's like a couple people on Twitch that I follow that are like Rails developers, and they do pretty well there. So it was like a culmination of, you know, a year or two of looking into this and always saying to myself I should do it, but never wanting to put on pants every day at like a set time. And like just seeing people start to do it recently, where I was like, okay, maybe we should actually try and do it. Let's see. Anyways, let me go through the chat real quick. Yeah, so like, you know, Tej, Prime, Pirate, T3, the usual suspects. And then there's like a bunch of smaller streamers that you can usually find if you just like, if you go to twitch.tv and you go to, like for anyone on the YouTube side, if you want to find people that live stream coding, just go to Twitch and look for the software and development category. And then come in here. I mean, Doug, it's going to be less live stream coding and more just chat yelling at him. But if you come in here and you look at like everyone else, this is a really good place to just go find people, or if you just want to like hang out and chat and like maybe listen to them while they work and find something, you know, related to what you do. This is probably a good place to look at, which is also partially why I'm streaming on Twitch as well. But yeah, like the big concern for me was like, how do I diversify in some way and still respect the initial audience, the Rails audience that, you know, is interested in the content. Because I don't want to just be like, all right, anyways, now I'm gonna go stream Minecraft 24/7 and have all the Rails viewers be like, hello, what about us? Because like we've already established there's not a whole lot of like content creators in that space. So like, you know, leaving that void and just being like, well, thanks, I got mine anyways, I'm gonna leave now. I didn't want to do that. So I was like, how do I take Rails along with me while I do this? So I thought making some weird projects on Twitch might be good for that. Okay, and then we can keep going through here. Also, I still couldn't get chat to work. It keeps crashing OBS. It works for like a minute or two and then it crashes. Some people suggested, I also have to change this because this isn't true. Some people suggested that I should maybe disable like hardware acceleration or something. I tried that. That didn't work, but now apparently there's like GPU hardware acceleration that I have to go through. So I'm going to try that next, and we're going to see if that causes it to work, so that at least everyone can see the chat at some point and like understand what I'm replying to. Sometimes I feel like I'm just like manufacturing the stuff out of thin air, and people are just sitting there like, who is he even talking to right now? So I want to like try and avoid that. But yeah, I have no idea how this is going to work. I have one video on this actually that I saw. I think Sam posted a video on this, on like deploying Next.js with Kamal. If I can find like my watch history, maybe this one. So I think this is probably going to be like, this is going to be my point of reference here, is this video. Because he is very good at making Kamal work, which I will post his channel in chat as well, so that everyone can go and take a look. But yeah, we have like those fancy Next.js docs. We're always talking about making new Rails docs. So I keep praising the Next.js docs. So I figured we should like try to learn off of those documentation stuff, and then we'll try to deploy with Kamal, and we'll see if a Rails tool can help in like a different area. So we'll probably deploy to like DigitalOcean again, just to keep things somewhat similar. But we're gonna go to nextjs.org/learn, and I'll post that too, just so that everyone has, like, if you care. I understand a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, I don't care, I use Rails or whatever, but like, this is where you get a lot of the motivation to improve your current environment, is going out and seeing what other people are doing and saying, oh, this is cool, we should do this, or this is cringe, we shouldn't be doing this. So yeah, we'll just see. And I predict there's probably gonna be a fair amount of stuff where you're gonna look at this and you're gonna say, well, Rails just does this better. But maybe there's some stuff where you look at it and you're like, oh, it'd be cool if Rails had something like this. Like maybe if we had just a regular dedicated page where you can go there and learn Rails, that'd be cool. But instead we're like, go to the Odin project. Maybe if we had like the Rails project or something on like their documentation, that'd be cool. But anyways, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna like make a project for this, and then we're gonna see over time how this goes. We'll come in here and then we'll just do, I don't know what we're gonna do. So we're gonna find out. Hi Dean, good to see you streaming. Well, thank you. Glad to see you watching. By the way, I recommend you go for app routes instead of pages routes when you begin. Okay, here we go. When you begin Next.js, app routes is the new way where you can use server components, etc. So this will be interesting because this seems like it's like a recent change maybe. And then we can see how they handle recent changes. Because I know in Rails, when we have like a recent change that breaks everything, what happens is you just kind of flounder around until you find it. So maybe they actually talk about the breaking change and the new way to do things. Because like with Turbo, if you've ever tried to go and use Turbo, chances are you probably just had to go through Google and click on a bunch of links until eventually you found out how to actually use it. So we'll take a look at this. But anyways, I'm going to click on Start Learning. And this is going to be a little bit weird just because a lot of the learning that's going to happen here is me just going to this page. I don't know if there's like a setup page that I should have gone to first. Basic understanding of React and JavaScript. Okay, if you're new to React, going through the React foundations. I don't want to do that. And then we'll come down here and we'll start with chapter 1. So here they're saying to run npx create React or whatever. So I'm assuming I have to actually go do get the create next app. So we'll start with that. I don't know. npm, I don't know. Let's just see. Create next app. We'll Google that. And we'll grab this. Probably just some command that I can run like this. npx. I hit the wrong button. Solid start. First thing I type is a typo. Need to install the following packages. Yes, sure. Okay. Need an API. Okay, hold on. There's like actual conversation happening here. We can also, Laravel is also very good. Yeah, a lot of people keep telling me to try out Laravel, so that's going to be, that's on the list. And like one of the things I always hear is that like Laravel is, I have it directly compared to Rails when people talk about it, which is really interesting to me. But Laravel also, just real quick, if we come over here, they actually link to a Laracast page where you can just come in here and you're like, oh, I want to learn how to do something. And they have like a whole bunch of just tutorials here. So you click on like build a forum, you click on like the first one, selecting a stack or whatever, and it just takes you to an actual video. And this is really cool. It'd be nice if Rails had something similar where it's like almost like the Go Rails site, but like built into Rails and for like however they think you should be doing stuff. But that's of course like, you know, that's a lot of overhead for something like that. Anyways, I'm going to move this back over here and we're going to name our project. I'm going to call this, I don't know, like Hello World. Just keep it super basic. Do you want to use TypeScript? I don't want more overhead, so I'm going to say no. No for ESLint. I'll say yes for Tailwind. And you said no to the SRC, right? It was something like, where is it? App routes instead of page routes. We'll say no. Would you like to use the app router? Yes. I think that's what you meant. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No. Okay, and then this also installs React. All right. Okay. This is going to be interesting. Hopefully everyone can be polite to our guest Next.js. I have a feeling it's gonna get roasted a little bit today, but we'll see. And then we'll cd into hello world. And then we'll do a code dot. No SRC hit now. Okay. So I think I did it right. So we're probably good here. Okay. So this gives us a project, I think. But they wanted me to specifically run this stuff, right? So maybe I should, let's do this. I'm gonna back out of here because this gave me the app, so this is what we wanted. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna run their command because I think they want me to do something else. So I'm gonna go ahead and cd out of here and I'm just gonna run this command. And we'll see what this does. It looks like it's just grabbing a template for us, like a starter template, which is fine. We can look at it, but whatever I deploy, I kind of want to like make myself and just see what that's like. Then maybe for fun, we can like make the same thing in Rails afterwards and just see like what the difference is. Yeah. Anyways, I use server actions for communication. Oh my God, there's like actual technical discussion going on over here. T3 is so much overhate than need. I don't like TRPC. The T3 stack. There's so much here. Theo will start a drama on you. Be careful. That's okay. He's welcome to try. I think he'd probably understand that. I don't know. It's just not worth it. Okay, let's come in here. Do a code dot. There's enough drama coming from the people that leave angry comments in the videos. I don't think Theo needs to add on to that. He's got better things to do. Bigger people to start a fight with or start drama with. Okay, so we did this. Command uses create next app. Makes sense. So this is pretty similar to like React as far as I can tell. We cd into here. We get a folder structure. We have app, which makes sense. Very similar to Rails. We have node modules, which is a very scary place that we never want to be looking in. I guess Rails and Hotwire is great. Like you can easily add React down the line. Yeah, it's that's a controversial take. I actually had a very angry comment because I suggested that earlier. But it seems pretty reasonable to just say like you can add React down the line with Rails, and like if Hotwire isn't doing what you need it to, or if you want to just add it in. But there was a very, very angry comment with me this morning for saying that. Dude was out for blood. Okay, so we have app, we have applib. This is, I'm assuming, going to be a lot of just the stuff we're working on. Applib contains functions used in your application, reusable utilities, and data fetching. Okay, so you put data fetching in here. Then we have UI, which is all the UI components. We have public, which is self-explanatory. We always have public stuff. And then we have scripts, which is seeding scripts that you use to populate your database in the later chapter. So this is going to be our DB seeds. And then we also have config files. So we have NextJS config, which we can come in and check out, which is just kind of empty right now. Created and pre-configured when you start a new app. Okay. When you're building interfaces, it helps to have some placeholder data. So like the faker gem, maybe, if you want to do that, or if you want to look at it like that. Use placeholder data. I'm going to move this over so we get more like vertical space. I'm always so used to like keeping it in like YouTuber mode. I forget that when we're live, I can just move things if someone wants it moved. So if you ever want me to move something, just tell me in chat, like, hey, dummy, I can't see anything. I'm just used to like, oh, no one's going to see this until it's already like pre-made, and I can't go through and edit it. Let's see. Okay, let's see. When you're building user interfaces, it helps to have some placeholder data. Use a data in JSON format or as JavaScript objects, or use like mock API. This is mock API. Easiest way to mock REST APIs. Okay. Oh, and then the sign-in page, of course. Whatever. Okay, so we have app lib placeholder data. So that's an app lib placeholder data, which looks like this, which is users, and then we have customers. And we have invoices, revenue. And then we're exporting all of this. Oh, great. All the JavaScript's coming flooding back. Okay, let's see. So we have, in this chapter, we have on setting up your database, you use the data to seed your database. Self-explanatory. TypeScript, I skipped. Nobody tell anyone that I did that. We can install the packages, and then we can run dev to take a look. So let's do that. We'll do npmi to install everything, and we'll do an npm run dev to start it. And I'm assuming that's coming from a package.json file right here, where running dev runs next dev right here. And we can come over to the same route we would with Rails, which is pretty neat. Localhost port 3000. And then we have whatever this is. Is this what it's supposed to look like? This doesn't seem right. Okay, hold on. Okay. Welcome to Acme. This example is brought to you by Vercel, and then log in. What's the giant arrow for? Where's this coming from? Hold on. Let's click on this. We also have an error in our console. It's SVG. Let's get rid of that. I don't know why that's here. And what's the error? Extra attributes from the server. Data new GRC check loaded. Okay, I don't know what any of that means. And then we'll just try to log in, I guess. Let me zoom in a bit so we can actually see this. I'll click log in. And it takes us to a page that couldn't be found. Gotta love a giant arrow. Seriously though. Okay, so that's it. Okay. Start chapter 2. Currently our homepage doesn't have any styles. No, but it does have a giant arrow. Let's look at different ways you can style your Next.js application. Okay. How to add global CSS. 2 different ways of styling Tailwind and CSS modules. How to conditionally add class names with the CLSX utility package. Okay. Global styles. If you look inside of app UI folder, you'll see a file called global CSS. So let's come over here. App UI, and then global CSS right here. Okay. You can import global CSS in any component, but it's usually good practice to add it to your top level component. And I'm assuming top level is going to be like some kind of app layout maybe. So maybe you want to like import it in here or like in the page. We'll see. Add global styles to your application by going to app layout. Okay. And then this one does actually have TypeScript, but that's fine. So we'll come in here, we'll import at the top, and then we'll refresh the page, or it auto refreshes, but I got to go back to the home page. Okay, so this looks a little bit better. There's still errors in the console, but at least it looks like something. Let me zoom out a bit. Okay, brought to you by Vercel, and now you have a login button and a blue little box at the top. Okay, which looks like this. So this is something. At least we're making some kind of progress. But wait a second, you didn't add any CSS rules. Where did they come from? Well, we got the Tailwind directives. That makes sense. Okay. Tailwind is a CSS framework, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. In Tailwind, you style elements by adding class names. Okay, so this is just like a small Tailwind tutorial. Although the CSS styles are shared globally, each class is singularly applied to each element. Means if you add or delete an element, you don't need to worry about maintaining separate style sheets. Okay. If you look at app/page.tsx, you'll see that we're using Tailwind classes in the example. Yeah, it makes sense. And the question is, does our Tailwind fold work for these? Which it doesn't. So do we need to add, might need to look at that later because it looks like where is it? This one for the languages, maybe might need to add like TSX to it or something. Here we go. Let's close this. Okay. Oh, geez. What's going on in chat real quick? A bunch of discussion. Ooh, table. We have links. The links have already started. An example of a server-side table with Next.js, and I admit it is so messy. Interesting. Hey, mate, how's it going? It's going pretty good. Just coming at Next.js from the perspective of like a Rails developer, which is interesting. And then later we're going to try to deploy it using a Ruby gem, which will also be an interesting experience. Although I do have a video that covers it, so someone at least has managed to make that work already. So it's more just like morbid curiosity on my part for how involved this will be. I like to be informed about other technologies. Yep, that's why we're here too. It's just a bit of competitive analysis. Although personally, I think Kamir's just here because he likes watching me fail to deploy stuff with Kamal. And one of these days, I'm gonna completely corrupt him, and then he's gonna be like the #1 evangelist for Kamal. To steal the best parts of them to make my own implementations. It's very similar. Did you set a time cap this time? We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't become another 6 hours of Kamal deploying. I really hope we can avoid that. Okay, if you look in here, you'll see Tailwind classes. Don't worry if this is your first time using Tailwind. This would have been nice to see the other day when it was my first time using Tailwind. Or I guess my first time actually using it. Let's see. So let's play with Tailwind. Copy the code below and put in the p tag in app. So we'll come in app/page.tsx. We want to put this in the p tag right here. Where does it want this? In the p element in here. Okay. Like that, I guess. Then we can come over here and refresh. So what did that do? Oh, Oh, I see. That adds the little triangle. Okay. And then we'll paste this in. Like that. Okay. 3 errors. Hydration failed because the initial UI does not match what was rendered on the server. Expected HTML to contain a matching div in P. Does that make it happy? Contain a matching div in P. Okay. I mean, they said to copy and paste this, so if you're upset, I don't know what to tell you. Ooh, here we go. Laravel/ASP.NET is the one you like the most. Interesting. I am so excited to try Laravel and see what we got going on over there, because everyone's always, they say the highest praise of what used to be like the when I was in school, at least back in like 2015-ish time period, PHP was like the only thing that was more accepted to hate on than Java. So to see everyone go, Laravel's good, it's so strange to me. Here we go. Check out this Rails YouTuber. I'm gonna click on some of these links. Oh, I should have known. Okay, well that took a long time. I should have looked at the URL. Yeah, nice try. You're not giving me a second time. Oh my god. All right. That was a record time. It's been a while since I've been Rickrolled. Okay. Yeah. Laravel has an extremely active community and the resources are so well documented. Your job is almost done before starting. Yeah. So like one of the things that people were talking about was like I think it was like the user account authentication system was just buttery smooth over there. And this was around the time when with Devise, like the logout button or like the links required like a whole workaround, and it really wasn't the best look for us, which I guess now is why we're going to like native authentication, because it's probably a little bit better. Oh, I still hate on PHP, but I mean, it's been improved so much over the years. Well, that's good. At least like it's good that it's improving. Because it really didn't have the best reputation, and like it's unfortunate for the people that were using PHP, because like that hurts your professional prospects if you just know a language that no one wants to use. Spidey has like 10 plus libraries to make your life easier. Products. Ooh. Oh, wait, hold on. Interesting. A drop-in Livewire component. Emoji reactions. So they're charging for it's almost like if you were to charge for like a Rails gem, I guess, which makes sense. Because there are people that do that. Watch the open source tab. Let me come over. Let me back in here. Open source. Almost 935 million downloads. That's a number. Backtrace, ignition. Beautiful error page. Let's look at the error page. How beautiful is the error page? Buy world instead of hello world. That's pretty cool. In this video, you see a demo of all the features. That's nice too. I always like it when they put stuff like that in the readmes. Yeah, we'll have to add that to the list. We'll see if people are interested in seeing like Rails needs a good sponsor. Rails has Shopify, which is now talking about Remix all the time. It's got something. But yeah, it could definitely use a bit. I mean, it's a combination of things. There's a bunch of factors at play there. I think it's probably heading in a good direction right now. It's going to take a minute to see a similar type of across the board improvement that like PHP saw with Laravel. Will Shopify and GitHub move from Rails? I personally don't see Shopify moving from Rails. Because like a lot of what they do is very, I don't know, it's very like their customers are almost developers themselves. And I think because Shopify is just like an e-commerce platform, they're probably pretty happy to be using something like Ruby for stuff like that. But again, it's hard. Like maybe you get maybe it's better to talk to a Shopify employee there, but I think what they're probably doing is they're moving some of their internal tooling maybe off of Rails. Maybe they think that would be better. But like externally, I don't get the sense that they're moving away from it. CSS modules allow you to do stuff. Is Rails safe in the future? Probably. I mean, it seems pretty like consistent right now, which is good. Like I'm looking at Rails 8 and there's nothing there where I'm like, this is a danger to the framework. So I guess that's good. But again, it's always hard to tell. But yeah, like I've been pretty happy with recent decisions, especially like the stuff, you know, adding Docker by default out of the box. That's fantastic. Just because like that initial Docker file, it might not be a lot to someone who knows what they're doing, but like if you're a new person, and you're trying to learn, having that like bundled in the box is so helpful because you're just like, oh, I don't have to worry about this. All I really need to do now is just figure out how to actually run this Docker file, which is where I think having like an actual README, you know, as opposed to what we have, the one that's like a template similar to this, except even here, you know, having like these links. I think if they had something like here's how you run commands to run the Docker stuff in the default image and like where to go to learn Turbo and Hotwire and the other stuff that we're advertising. If you were to just put that in the template that Rails has for the README, that'd probably improve quite a bit for like people that are just starting out. Again, it's really small stuff. It's, you know, a couple lines of text change, but it would probably help out quite a bit to like reduce that friction. Because it's a little weird to have people come to me and ask these questions. I'm like, dude, I'm just some guy on the internet. I could be making this all up. I could be telling you to write like the least efficient code imaginable. But you know, that's just where we're at right now. Okay, inside of app UI, create a new file called home module CSS. App UI will create a new file called home.module.css. Okay, so this allows you to scope CSS to a component by automatically creating unique class names. So you don't have to worry about style collisions as well. Okay, interesting. Oh no, here comes CSS modules. That's a good sign. That's a sign I'm about to be having a fun time. Okay. Inside of app page TSX, import the styles and replace the Tailwind class names from the div you've added with styles.shape. Okay. Okay, so if it comes from the module, then it's because you're importing styles. Okay, so this kind of makes sense. Least efficient code on the internet. That's a lie. You ain't ChatGPT. You have no way of knowing if the code of my videos was generated by ChatGPT or not, which I think that speaks volumes to the low quality of the code that I present myself. Because there's definitely been code generated by ChatGPT that I've put in the videos before. Actually, wait, I did a whole video on that. Wait, hold on. I did a whole tutorial that was just ChatGPT. Let me come to my channel real quick. I think it was like ChatGPT does a tutorial or something. ChatGPT tutorial. Not this one. Right here, GPT-4 runs an entire Ruby on Rails video. So I had GPT-4 write a tutorial, and then I had a text-to-speech thing read the text that GPT-4 generated. So I'm pretty close to being as inefficient as GPT at this point. It's a fine line. Well, there are problems with Rails that people started moving off from it. Well, speed was one of the things. It was like performance. A lot of it was kind of word of mouth, just spread that Rails didn't scale well. And that's a hard one to like get out of, even if it doesn't necessarily have to be correct. It just has to be what people are saying or what people are thinking. So even though you consistently see like performance improvements with Ruby and new versions, if public view of your tool is that it's slow, public perception, it can be kind of hard to like, you know, navigate that and then say, actually, we are pretty performant now. Because like, you know, negative news travels faster than positive news, unfortunately. Okay, anyways, inside of app page, we want to come in here and then we want to import this. So we'll import these styles and then we want to do this as a div. Where are we putting this? I'll import the styles and replace the Tailwind class names from the div we just did. Okay, so instead of doing this, we want to do this. So we want to say class name equals, and we imported styles dot shape, I think. And we can close this. And they put a semicolon there. This is so weird. Okay. I don't know why they did that. There we go. Like that. Okay, it's extra upset now. There's a whole bunch of upset here. This is what it told me to do, right? Div class name equals styles dot shape. This is in here. You don't need, that's a typo. Okay, okay. Your thoughts on this? I swear it isn't a Rickroll. I love that that's now a disclaimer you have to make. The price you pay. It's like the troll toll. Well, I mean, like, again, your database can also be what's, any myriad of factors can be what causes it to be slow. Like, what did I say? I made like a Go video at some point, like Ruby versus Go. And I was like, you can generally write faster code with Go. But if you let me write the code, I can grind the system to a halt regardless of language. So like, yeah, I can totally see that, where if one of the tools you're using is slower, that can cause it. If one of your developers is like me, who likes to just put like a 10-second wait or 10-second sleep in there so that he has job security for the next 10 years, any amount of things can happen there. But yeah, like it could definitely be database related. I think in a lot of cases, and this comes back to like what Kamir said a couple times now, which is you get like the new developers that come in and they're like, I'm making a chat app. This is going to be the next big thing. I need it to scale to 10 million users. And they like haven't even started writing the code yet. And they're already planning on like this being, the next, I don't know, TikTok chat integration system or whatever. And it's like, dude, maybe you should focus on like 10 users before you start worrying about scaling it to 10 million. And that's where a lot of this stuff kind of annoyed me. Like, even as someone who was like adjacent to Rails in a lot of ways, like just sitting there listening to people say, oh, it doesn't scale, whatever. And I'm like, dude, why don't you make an app and try to scale it and see if what you're saying is even true? In a lot of cases, it's just you just got to have something to talk about. Yeah, and like start with what you know. It's like one of the first things that you learn when you're trying to do like projects in university is let's say you're taking a class like software engineering practices or whatever, and you have to make like a website. If you're in university, I guarantee you're going to get put in a group and someone's going to go, we should use this cool new tool. It just came out. It's going to blow everyone away. And then what's going to happen is you're going to try and use it, and there's not going to be any documentation, and you don't know enough to figure out how to use it. And then you're not going to get anything done. You could have just gone with like WordPress or Ruby on Rails or like Laravel or NextJS or whatever you would have been comfortable with. But instead of going with what you're comfortable with, you just go with, the cool new thing. And then you end up wasting more time than if you just stuck with what you're comfortable with. And then maybe later say, okay, now that we have this, maybe now we move over. Of course, you're never going to do that move over step in school. But like if you're starting a business, you probably want to start with what you're comfortable with or what you think you can at least work with until you get like that minimum viable product. And then you can say, okay, now let's worry about this. Like that's where your development costs come in later down the line, is you gotta go through and change what you need, or move off of one tech stack to another. And if you sit there and you're stuck in like analysis paralysis mode forever, and you're just trying to figure out like what's the absolute best tool for this, you're never going to get anything done. You're not going to have a product. You're not going to make any money, and you're never going to have to worry about the scaling issue anyways because you never launched something. Like, I hate to be one of those people, like, just go launch something, go launch it, and then, deal with it afterwards. Look how many times I've rewritten this Linktree clone now. This is like rewrite number 4 because I'm like, okay, well, maybe we use Tailwind. Maybe we go over there and see what they're doing. Is scaling just adding more servers? I mean, for some people, that's what it ends up being. But that's also, like, that can also trap you. Like, if your only approach to scaling is adding more servers, like you're just throwing more equipment at the problem, that's where you end up with like those outrageous like hosting fees. when maybe it would have been smarter to like sit down and say, oh, we can actually optimize this and reduce like the number of servers we're using, as opposed to just throwing more hardware at the problem. But again, that's something you probably wouldn't want to worry about initially unless you're just very clearly writing like sloppy code. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just some dude on the internet. I wouldn't listen to me. Your Go versus Ruby video had this pun. I remember it. That's when I subbed to your channel. Ruby is slow. Go is faster. Everybody go home. No pun intended. Yeah, that sounds like something I would say. Backend scaling can be done that well, or switching to a more performant framework like ASP or some Rails alternative. Yeah, I mean, again, you're probably gonna. The database issue is something where you're gonna have to seriously like consider what your options are. In most aspects, your solution for programming related problems is to just go until it's a problem. But yeah, like you're gonna have to probably be a little bit more selective with your databases. But like if you're just sitting there and you're like, I'm gonna launch a chat app, like who cares? Just you can go rewrite it to some other database in like a week. You're fine. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that deep. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna come in here. We're gonna look at this. So we're expected HTML to contain a matching div in the p tag. So what it feels like to me is this is upset about this. We're in the p tag. We have a div. I don't know why this is upset. And it's upset like every other reload. I don't know. We'll just keep going through here and we'll see what it has to say. Okay. Don't really care. Using CLSX library to toggle class names. There may be cases where you need to conditionally style an element based on state or some other condition. CLSX is a library that lets you toggle class. You need a library to toggle class names? Well, to React hydration, however, replace your p tag with a div. Oh, I see. Is it upset about that, maybe? Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look upset anymore. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Okay, so library lets you change or toggle class names. Suppose you want to create an invoice status component which accepts status. The status can be pending or paid. If it's paid, you want the color to be green. If it's pending, you want it to be gray. Okay. React is so stupid with its hydration protocols, and sometimes it's a nightmare to debug it. Yeah, I mean I think conceptually I understand what their complaint is. At least it crashes and don't make these errors. Yeah. Okay, so I'll do this if it's paid. So we just want to conditionally style it. And then for this, we do. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Grab this, right? That seems right. Okay. I think I'm starting to see why wait, they want this in the span. So this would be in like app UI invoices status in here. Okay, so they already have it in here. I remember when I first had to work out scaling Postgres, I hated my life within an hour, running into issues with needing bigger connection pools and adding caching of slow running queries. One thing led to 800 other steps to try and tune it. Yeah, I had a similar experience with trying to scale, or not really scale stuff, but crank out a little bit of extra performance on a database at work. And it was just, you sit down and you have no idea what you're about to get into. And then like 10 hours later, you're like, okay, maybe we should try like something else. Maybe this wasn't the right track to go down. All right. Okay, so we have this. This kind of makes sense. It's a little weird to just throw the entire style section in here, but I guess you would, you're probably just throwing like the conditional in here, and then the rest of it's just regular styling. So you're just creating some kind of string. I guess this is, what would this be? So in Rails land, we do something like, I don't know. Well, let me do it down here. we'd have like our link to, we'd have our classes, right? And we'd have, I don't know, inline, blah, 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 blah. And then you just do this with status equals pending question mark. And then, yeah, like this. So you just probably use like an inline ternary. And then here, instead of doing that, you have to put the whole thing in a function. And then the first argument is your initial classes. And then the second is whatever your conditional logic is. It's a little weird, but whatever. Okay. Completed chapter 2. Sure, why not? Optimizing fonts and images. Automatically optimizes fonts in the application when you use the next/font module. Okay. Sure. It downloads font files at build time and hosts them with your other static assets. This means when a user visits your application, there are no additional network requests for fonts, which would impact performance. Why we still don't have CLSX in Rails. Shopify is basically a Rails sponsor. They employ a team that's part of, yeah. So like a lot of the, you'll see some overlap between Shopify employees and like the Rails core team. It is similar. They do quite a bit there, which makes sense because a lot of their business relies on it. And also like Toby is an OG Rails dev. So that also makes sense. If Shopify dropped from Rails, is it game over? I mean, maybe. I don't think it would be like completely game over, but it definitely helps to have them using it and advocating for it and sponsoring it and everything else. But again, I wouldn't worry about it. I think right now Toby's just more worried about making more money, which Rails is going to keep allowing him to do. The only thing Ruby has is DHH and Rails. Well, they also have Shopify. Like I think they're married to each other at this point. It would be very interesting if they decided to move away from it. Let's see. Rails is their specific job at Shopify, nothing else. My friend was a manager for a bit. Yeah. I talked to a couple people that worked at Shopify, and it seemed very similar, like especially with the core devs, where that's what they do. That's their job, is to keep making like core Rails better. But yeah, that's how it is. You gotta make sure, like if you're in a position like that you're keeping it alive and well so that you can continue to use it to make money. If they're married, they could be divorced as well. Yeah, they could. I just personally don't see Toby going that direction. Maybe he gets overruled by someone, but like dude's been using Rails since like 2005 at this point. I think he's probably just as stubborn as the rest of us and wouldn't move away. There's almost no way they would move away from Rails. They could start using other technologies, but no way. Yeah, exactly. So like they like acquired Remix or whatever, right? And they use it for some stuff, but they still prefer Rails for other things. And I don't think that's going to change. Like I personally wouldn't worry about it. I would be more worried about the fact that like initial adoption friction or like junior devs having a hard time finding work. Those seem like bigger threats to Rails than Shopify deciding not to use Rails anymore. But that's where changes like with Rails 8, where they're trying to make it more accessible, are good. All right, anyways, let's keep going. Adding a primary font. In your app UI folder, create a new file called fonts.ts. App UI fonts.ts. Fonts.ts. This is a file to keep the fonts that will be used throughout your application. So a lot of this seems to be like just a bunch of dumping files and folders into app. I don't know, is there? I guess we'll see. Let's see. So let's grab this. Import enter from next/font/Google module. This will be your primary font. Then specify what subset you'd like to load, in this case, Latin. Okay. Finally, add the font to the body element. Okay. Let's see. Bro, I have to Ruby slow, go as fast. I'm going home. No pun intended. Well, if you gotta go, you know, at least that's a good way to go out. Body element in app layout again. Okay, so we'll come in here, app layout. We want to replace this with what we import, right? So first we import enter like this, and then from wherever, app UI fonts, that makes sense. And then we come down here. We're going to say this has a class name. A class name equal to, what is this? Backticks. And then we can do it like this, enter.class name. Enter.class name anti-aliased. Okay. So we get enter from here. Enter.class name. That's so weird. I mean, I have to sleep. I would love to chat, but it's too late, 4 a.m. in the morning. Maybe tomorrow I could spend my whole day here with you. Well, I mean, yeah, I appreciate you hanging out, but it's probably bedtime for you. So yeah, have a good night. Okay. Enter.class name. Finally add this. Okay. By adding enter to the body element, the font will be applied through your application. Here, also adding the Tailwind anti-alias class, which smooths out the font. It's not necessary to use this class, but adds a nice touch. Okay. Okay. I'll just assume that's like a quirk. And then we save this. We come over here and we refresh. We grab the body element. You see class name underscore whatever anti-aliased. Okay. Okay. Let's see. What's going on over here? Dude, if you guys, honestly though, if you thought DHH was a lot to deal with sometimes, you should have seen some of the debates with Guido and Python. Like, I know it's not totally related to what you're talking about, but I still think back to some of those discussions we had in like my algorithms class. We were going through some of his hot takes. Making all these changes on main, my heart is pounding. Yeah, well, it's main, but it's a demo app, so we're fine. If it blows up, we just go to like an actual application. We just learn things the hard way. Except to slow and try to attack using parallelism. I don't know enough about Python to even try to contribute there. You can see font on left side. Oh yeah, that's why I came in here. I was looking at font, right? Yeah, so that's what, where was it? Right here? Enter and enter fallback are now applied under styles. Okay. All right. Practice, adding a secondary font. You can also add fonts to specific elements in your application. Now it's your turn. In your fonts.ts, import a secondary module called this and pass it to your P element. Once you're ready, expand the code snippet below to see the solution. Okay, well, I'm not really here to just do font stuff over and over again. Yeah, that, add it there. Okay, cool. Finally, the Acme logo component also uses this. It was commented out to prevent errors. You can now uncomment. Okay, so let's come into the fonts. Let's import, was it L something? Was it LUSI Tana? Okay. But it looks like this. That. But they don't want it in. They want it in there. Okay. Ztana, like that, and then we can come in here and we can export const this. And they want a different weight. Completely dependent on internal multi-core the processing because there's not an improvement on the Python. Good God. Subsets, or not subsets, weight. And then this can just have 2 different weights, which is similar to what we were doing with all the Tailwind stuff, I'm assuming. That. And then we need another brace here, right? Probably want to do this. There we go. Okay, and then we can come over to, where did they want this in? Page.tsx. Page.tsx. And then we come over here and they wanted this on a p tag. They want subset 900. They want this on the p tag, but we switched the p tag because of the div, right? So this is going to be in this right here is where they want this. So it would be $class name like that, and then we can come up to the Acme logo, uncomment that, and then we want to import this like that. That's fine. Okay. Extra attributes from the server. Again, the same error we were getting earlier. Okay. And yeah, we have the Acme logo, which I uncommented, which is right here. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Why optimize images? Conserve static assets like images under top level public folder. Files inside public can be referenced in your application. With regular HTML, you would add an image as follows. However, this means you have to manually ensure the image is responsive on different screen sizes, specify images, prevent layout shift, lazy load. Image optimization is a large topic. Yeah, no kidding. Instead of manually implementing these optimizations, you can use the next/image component to automatically optimize your images. As an extension of the image tag. Okay. Oh, and it has WebP support. Because I think we did like a WebP thing in Rails, and it was like a whole deal getting that to work. Let's see. Let's use the image component. So we have to import this specifically from Next. And then we grab the image, which is going to be in public, I guess. So public has a hero desktop. That makes sense. Be careful with the image component from NextJS. Used in Vercel environment may cost a lot, and self-hosted, it will eat your RAM. Good to know. There's always something new. Where's it want this? Add the image under the content comment. Add hero image here. Okay. Put it right here. Like that. Refresh. Okay. It's make to optimize static images, not dynamic or user uploaded images. Okay. That makes sense. Setting the width to 1000, height to 760, which it isn't, right? Which makes sense because I said it would resize it. Good practice to set the height and width to avoid layout shift. These should be an aspect ratio identical to the source image. But it can be used that way if you have the resources to support it. Okay. You'll also notice the class hidden to remove the image from the DOM on mobile screens. Class hidden, okay. An MD block to show the image on desktop screens. What your homepage should look like now, which it is. Okay. Okay. So we're going to grab this and put this below it. Okay. And then we do the MD colon for desktop. And we do the regular for what's displayed, I guess. Okay. And then we can come down here. Okay. Next chapter. All right. Nested routing. Okay. So now we're getting to the actual interesting part. Uses file system routing. Okay, so that's why all the files and folders. That makes sense, unfortunately. Okay, you can create separate UIs for each route using layout and TSX and page files. Okay, so I'm assuming if you want like in like Rails, we have like our custom layouts for specific routes. You just put it inside that folder, and that will give you your own route instead of having, or your own layout instead of having to like define it in like a controller. Is a special Next.js file that exports a React component. It's required for the route to be accessible. In your application, you already have a page file. It's the home page and associated with that route. To create a nested route, you can nest folders inside each other, of course, and make the page. And then you would also put like a layout in that page if you want that specific like sub route to have its own layout stuff, I guess. Let's create the page to see how it works. App dashboard page. Okay. App dashboard, new file, page.tsx. I don't know. Let's just see. Export default function. It's a capital P page. Get rid of this. Okay. Create a new folder inside app. Name it page.tsx. It's folder following content. Now make sure you start the development server and it's running and go to /dashboard. /dashboard. Okay. This page cannot be found. Okay. Export default function page, return a p tag. Let's just copy this whole thing and put this in here and see if this fixes it. Okay. So you can create different pages, create a new route. Having a special name for pages, NextJS allows you to co-locate UI components, test files, and other related code. Only the content inside the page file will be publicly accessible. For example, UI and lib folders are co-located inside the app folder along with your routes. Okay, let's practice creating more routes. Create 2 more pages. A customers page in dashboard. Okay. So we would come into dashboard, create a new folder, call it customers, and then in there create a new page or file called page.tsx. And we'll put the same thing in here, but instead it wants it to say customers page. Like that. And then they want another one for invoices. I guess. New file. This is either right or it's just a complete destruction of directory structure. Okay, like that. And now we try going to those. So it wants /dashboard/customers over here, which is also not found. Do I have to like stop and restart? Oh, compiling not found. Okay. Spend some time tackling this exercise. You're creating the routes inside the UI folder. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that would explain it. Okay. Create a new folder called dashboard inside app. That's where we went wrong. New folder dashboard. I almost did it again. New folder dashboard. Okay. And then we want this and this in here. In dashboard. Move. We want to grab the page TSX and put this in dashboard as well. And then we refresh and that works. Okay. Alrighty. Reading is hard. Okay, let's come over here again. And it wanted me to check out the other one. So like /customers, that also works. And then invoices will also work at the same thing. Okay. And then we can come in here. Creating the dashboard pages, creating the dashboard layout. Inside /dashboard, create a new file. So this is the layout thing. New file layout.tsx. And then this is specifically for the dashboard, adding the side nav from app UI dashboard. Side nav, which is this one. Okay. Let's come in here. A few things are going on with this code, so let's break it down. First, you're importing side nav. Layout component receives a children prop, which this sounds familiar from like my time suffering through React. This child can either be a page or another layout. In your case, the pages inside dashboard will automatically be nested inside a layout like so. Yeah, which makes sense. Check that everything is working, which it looks like it is. Okay. Saving changes, checking out localhost. That's good. One benefit of using, let me move this over again. One benefit of using layouts is that on navigation, only the page components update while the layout won't re-render. This is called partial rendering. You don't say. Okay, root layout. Chapter 3, you imported the interfont into another layout, app/layout. This is called a root layout and is required. Any UI you add to the root layout will be shared across all pages in your application. You can use the root layout to modify your HTML and body tags and add metadata. You'll learn more about metadata in a later chapter. Since the new layout you just created, app dashboard layout is unique to the dashboard pages. You don't need to add any UI to the root layout above. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let's see. We'll go back to, or go to the next chapter. In the previous chapter, you created blah, blah, blah. How to use the next/link component, how to show an active link using use path name, how navigation works. Yeah, don't use A tags. A tags are cringe. But notice what happens when you navigate between home. Did you see it? There's a full page refresh on each individual navigation. Okay. In Next.js, you can use the link component to link between pages in your application. Link allows you to do client-side navigation with JavaScript. To use the link component, open up app, UI, dashboard, nav links, and import link from next. Import link from next/link, like that. And then we need to do that in here instead of the A tag, I'm guessing. Link and the link. Okay. And replace the A tag with the link. Then, as you can see, the link component is similar to using A tags, but instead of A href, you use link href. Yeah, same thing. I'll be able to navigate between the pages without seeing a full refresh. All the parts of your application are rendered on the server. There's no full page refresh, making it feel like a web app. Why is that? It's a good idea to set prefetch equal false to avoid a self-made DDoS attack to your site. Okay, interesting. So you do that on the link itself. So like what did you say? Prefetch equals false, like that. If you confuse link tags, it's okay to leave the defaults. Okay. You can come over here and then do this. It doesn't cause a full page refresh. Okay. Let's see. This only applies if you have 10 plus link tags. Gotcha. Okay. Automatic code splitting and prefetching. To improve navigation experience, Next.js automatically code splits your application by route segments. It's different from a traditional React single page application where the browser loads all your application code on initial load. Splitting code by routes means that pages become isolated. If a certain page throws an error, the rest of the application will still work, which was something that like it took a little bit of learning with React to figure out how to make the components so that everything didn't go boom when one thing went boom. So I guess that makes sense. It's like when we broke the iframe in the Linktree app, but we didn't break the home page when the iframe broke. Furthermore, in production, whenever link components appear in your browser's viewport, Next.js automatically prefetches code for the linked route in the background. By the time the user clicks the link, the code for the destination page will already load in the background. This makes the page transition near instant. And this is actually something they were talking about with Rails in Rails 8, I think, or Turbo 8, where they have this set up, and it was causing a bunch of like analytics to fire in like a new way. Also, that's not true. If a page crashes, it will crash all the app. You need to add error.tsx files to catch the errors. Okay. But they have like a thing where if you hover over the link, it causes the link to like prefetch the data. So when you click on the link, you've already done the loading in the background, but it was causing an issue for some people where like they have their analytics and you would like hover over it. And when you hovered over the link, it technically counted as a page view, which caused them to have more page views than they expected. And there was like a thing on the subreddit, I think today or yesterday, where someone was like, this should be an opt-in feature instead of an opt-out feature. So I'm assuming we're going to get a fun little debate over that too. Okay, pattern showing active links. Yeah, Next Turbo has it. It was on default in Next Turbo. Okay. A common UI pattern is to show an active link to indicate the user what page they are currently on. Makes sense, which the way I've done it in Rails has been kind of cringe so far. But let's see what they got. Next.js provides a hook called usePathName that you can use to check the path and implement this pattern. Okay. And we're doing this where in next slash, you need to turn navlinks tsx, which we're in, to a client component. Here comes client components. Have fun. Oh boy. Use client. Okay. And then we'll come down here and we'll use path name. Next, assign the path to a variable called path name inside your navlink component. Okay. So we do that up here, right here. Okay, you can use the CSX library introduced in the chapter on CSS styling to conditionally apply class names when the link is active. When the link.href matches the path name, the link should be displayed with blue text and a light blue background. Okay, we're doing this specifically in here. Oh my God, this is so... Okay, so what I've learned here is their solution is just as gross as the Rails one. Okay, we'll come in here to the class names. We'll replace this like that, hopefully. Server components default or send as raw HTML to render and have no idea that React exists. Client components are made to add client-side interactivity. Okay, so yeah, I heard someone mention something like that. It was like the use state, use effect stuff is usually going to happen on a client component as opposed to a server component or something. I might be butchering that, but I think that's what I heard someone say somewhere. So I'm kind of just like associating it with React, kind of like you said. Because if you need a hook, it must be a client component. Okay. CLSX, which means we have to import it, right? So let me actually type it correctly. Import CLSX from CLSX. Okay. And then we have this, and we come over here. Now if I navigate, this works. Okay. And because this is in nav links, link is an insta-click feature in Turbo 8 that is the prefetch feature. Okay. You don't need CLSX. You can do with a ternary, just compare the string. Yeah, and the using a ternary is how I would probably do it in like Rails as well. I would just sit there and I do a ternary inside of my class and then call it a day. Okay, so if path name is equal to this, right? Okay, so then we can do that. Next chapter. Okay, in this chapter, we'll push the project to GitHub and set up a Vercel. Okay, so here, we'll try it with Vercel, but we'll also try it with Kamal, because I think that would be fun to try. So I'll have to set up like the DigitalOcean droplet for that as well. And then let's just go do a GitHub repo real quick. So say we'll go to github.new, which takes us to the new page. And we can just say this is going to be NextJS, I don't know, learning or demo, NextJS demo. But I think I already made this repo. Oh, I guess not. Okay, so we'll just call it that. We'll click create repo. Then we can come over here real quick, stop the server, git commit -m, init commit. By using Kamal, you would need to set up Postgres by yourself. Okay, so it'll be a learning experience. That'll be fun. Okay, git push. He said lying to himself. Vercel gives a free Postgres instance on the deployment. Gotcha. So do that. That's now pushed up. We can come over to here. And we'll see. Create the repo, create a Vercel account. Already did that. Connect and deploy your project. So let's go over to Vercel. And let's take a look. So I have this project. I'm going to go ahead and delete this one, I guess. This is just a template that I threw up. Advanced. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Delete project. Enter the project name. Like that. Copy. Verify. Type. Delete my project. Like that. Okay. Add a repo from your Git provider. Let's try that. We'll do that. We'll grab the Next.js demo. There's the one I made the other day, so I must have called it Vercel demo instead. So we'll import this. Framework preset, root directory. We'll just click deploy and we'll see what happens. Okay. And then let's come over Let's leave this one over here. Well, let's bring this one over here, and we'll do some learning while this runs in the background, I guess. Okay, so let's see. Take you to the screen where you select import, name your project, click deploy. Your project's now deployed. Okay, and then we set up the database. Okay, and yeah, that's where we're going to have to go through and check out the actual Kamal stuff too, right? So for that, we're going to have to come to Sam's video, which I have somehow managed to misplace for like the third time today. So we're going to look for like Sam Kamal something, maybe Sam Kamal Rails. There he is. Okay, come in here. We'll check out his video on NextJS. Okay, so that's hosted, which we can now click on and takes us here. And this is working. And you can see that pop in, which is pretty cool. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to, let's go through the rest of this and see what the rest of this has us doing, and then we'll try our own version. Okay, so creating a database. Next, to set up a database, continue to dashboard and select the storage tab. Okay. So we'll come in here, we'll select the storage tab. And select the storage tab, select connect store. Select connect store, create new Postgres continue. Oh, connect store. And here's where Deanin gets stuck and asks his sister for help. She's sick right now, so I can't even ask her for help. That's the crazy part. Although she would probably tell me like, I'll help you, but it'll cost you $20, and then she wouldn't be any help at all. You can't trust her. Just trust me on that. Connect store, use Postgres. No, create new, use Postgres, and continue. Vercel Postgres. There we go. Database name is name of project dash Postgres. Put it in Washington, D.C. Sure, why not? Environments. Choose which environments of the project to make the store available to. By placing your database in the same region. Okay. Once connected, okay, so they don't even mention this. So I'm just going to connect and see what happens. Okay. Connect to a project. Once connected, navigate to env local and click show secret and copy. Okay. Once connected, navigate to .env.local tab. I missed something here? Okay, I guess I'm just doing this. Grab this one. Oh, I guess it's already connected. .env.secret. Oh, right here. This one. Okay. Dude, I swear to God, the hardest part about this isn't even like doing it. It's reading. Said the fully grown adult. The reading is what's getting me. Vercel allows you to create different environments to make end-to-end testing by switching the production environment variables. Okay. You have to create env. Okay. Once connected, navigate to env local, click show secret and copy snippet. Make sure you reveal the secrets before copying. Okay, well, thank you. So we'll just show, copy, hide. We'll delete this later. Please don't go blowing up my my billing. Paste the copied contents from Vercel. Okay. Wait, hold on. Navigate to your code editor and rename the env example. So let's come over here, env example to just .env. Hit enter. Control A, Control V. Oops. Control A, Control V, Control S. Close it. Okay. Paste in the stuff. Go to your .getignore and make sure .env is in the ignored files. Not here. I'm going to go into getignore. Getignore. env's in here. Finally, run npm I at Vercel Postgres. Okay. your bill is gonna blow. Please no. I am but a poor boy from a poor family. Okay, that's a bit hyperbolic, but you get the idea. I'm a poor guy with a computer science degree working as a software engineer. Like, yeah, woe is me. Vercel Postgres is expensive AF. Okay. All right, so that's something to keep in mind then. But I mean, again, this is mostly just for learning, so it's fine. Seed your database. In terminal, install this. Okay, seed your database. So we want to add a seed command to our package.json. So we'll come in here, package.json. We'll come right here, and we'll do comma seed command like that, which is just node-r.env config, and then scripts. The scripts directory, which is where they said the seeded stuff would go. Scripts seed.js, which creates the tables for us. So we create a users table, inserted users. We do the invoices and the customers, which is all stuff we've seen. When poor guys started earning 90K plus, yeah, exactly. I'm sitting here. Again, you know, it's woe is me. I realized it wasn't the most convincing argument after I said it. I just meant, like, you know, I'd like to not spend a bunch of money because someone blows this up. Was more my point. Okay. Wait, where did this go? Over here. I just love your live, man. I appreciate it. Service markup Vercel app. Many of Vercel's products are built on top of another service. They usually add a significant markup that may not outweigh the convenience. All right, well, this is going straight into the notes because if I end up mentioning this somewhere, that's good to know. I'm also going to share this with everyone in the YouTube chat as well. Okay. So they use like Upstash, which they had $1 for. There's, wow, that is, whoo, that's crazy. That's a markup. Like, I thought it was going to be like they add a, you know, $1 or $2 tax on top, but this isn't even a convenience tax. This is just, geez. Okay. 730 hours for Neon. Okay. Free storage. Oh my God. Yeah, these are some actual, like, you're not kidding. You were serious when you said this is expensive. That's a lot of markups there. Also, I'm going to do this real quick. If you're not already, go follow Sam's YouTube channel. Or I guess go subscribe to Sam's YouTube channel because he does a bunch of Kamal videos. He just started uploading. He's been doing Kamal stuff, and it's been really helpful to see his Kamal stuff. So, you know, go be nice. Okay, we have this seeding the database. So we'll run npm run seed. Okay, now when I run npm run seed, let me come in here. I have to check. And part of the point of this is to actually learn. So this runs node-r for .env/config. Scripts seed.js. Okay. Okay, so now that goes to our actual Vercel database, right? It's not worth. You can set up all those services yourself in the span of 20 minutes. Yeah, well, yeah, that's kind of what we learned with like the fly and the render and the railway is like the hand holding is fine, but you might as well just go set it up yourself. You'll end up saving a bit of money, and also, like, in a lot of cases, it makes you less dependent on those services too. Okay, let's see what your database looks like. Go back to Vercel and click on data on the side. Okay. Full screen maybe? Click on data on the side. Back to Vercel, click data on the side nav. Data. Oh, right here. Okay. Maybe we need to refresh and then come in here. Data, browse. Okay, there we go. I see. Okay. Less dependent on services. Someone tell this to my PM. Yeah. Again, we're all trying to do our jobs from our own perspective, and when the PM hears you could just go use something, they're probably going to do it. And I've been guilty of that too. I made that decision at one point too, where I said we can just go use a service. It's a lot easier than reinventing the wheel. So I'm just as guilty as anyone else. Occasionally I say things that I don't necessarily do myself, and I should probably listen to myself more when I talk, because sometimes it is something I could probably learn from. But being less dependent in general, I feel a little bit safer. That said, like the initial overhead it can be a lot, like especially when you're learning how to set up your own server, because maybe you don't set up like the firewalls or something on your Linux box, and you end up not being as secure as you would be if one of the services set it up for you. That's something to consider. But if you take the time to learn and you're not in a position where it'll hurt you a lot, maybe you can save yourself some headache in the long run. Executing queries. Okay, query. Run query. Okay, evil rabbit. Makes sense. What? Okay, these quizzes are fine. They're like fine in theory, but in practice, I'm just like, this is such a waste of time. Okay. Now that you've created and seeded your database, let's discuss different ways you can fetch your data for your application. Build out your dashboard overview page. Okay. APIs are an intermediate layer, blah, blah, blah. Okay, sure. In NextJS, you can create API endpoints using route handlers. Okay. Creating a full stack application, you also need to write logic to interact with your database. For relational databases like Postgres, you need this with SQL, or an ORM like Prisma. And I think Prisma was what Kamir sent us the snippet for the other day, where you said that was an ORM. Okay. Using server components to fetch data. By default, NextJS uses React server components. Fetching data with server components is a relatively new approach, and there are a few benefits of using them. Server components support promises, providing a simpler solution for asynchronous tasks like data fetching. You can use async await syntax without reaching out for use effect, use state, or data fetching libraries. Thank God, because using use effect to do anything was such a headache that was like one of the main things that made me just go, but React is so gross whenever I would try to use React for something. Server components execute on the server, so you can keep expensive data fetches and logic on the server and only send the results to the client, which also makes sense in a lot of cases. Sometimes you might want to do it from the client, maybe, but like in most cases, you can probably just get away with doing it from the server and then doing like that. As I mentioned before, since server components execute on the server, you can query the database without an additional API layer. Makes sense. For your dashboard project, you'll write dashboard queries using the Vercel, Postgres, SDK, and SQL. There are a few reasons why we'll be using SQL. I mean, it's because you have to. Okay, don't worry. If you haven't used SQL before, we've provided the queries for you. Go to app/lib/data.ts. Okay, so now we're going back over here. So I'm going to move these back over to this tab. I read they are adding compilers to React. Yeah, I saw that. That'll be an interesting shift. Let me see. Let me close this. Sure we're good here. Okay. Go to app/lib/data.ts. App/lib/data. Oh, okay. App. Let me just go in here. This is the wrong project. That's why it's not working. Okay, we're in here. I'm good. I swear I'm put together right now. App/lib/data.ts. That's what's nice about doing this streaming stuff, is I can actually, like, I have an excuse to go through and learn all of this new stuff, like the changes they're doing for React and everything else, and just I can actually see what the state of things is, as opposed to like sitting in a room and going, okay, how do I make a Rails video today, and then trying to come up with a topic idea, and then eventually I end up on like, let's connect, I don't know, Minecraft to Rails for some reason. Now I can be like, oh, let's see what goodies we got in other frameworks that we can steal for our own. The React compiler removes the need of manual optimizations using use memo, use callback, in memo. Okay. I think it sounds like what I might have seen a Fireship video on that where he talked about that. Maybe that's where I'm recalling this from. Let me see. Go to applib data. See, we're importing SQL function from Vercel/Postgres. Okay, this function allows you to query your database. Okay, yeah, we've established that at this point. You can call SQL inside any server component, but to allow you to navigate the components more easily, we've kept all the data queries in the data.ts file, and you can import them into the components, which is probably just a good way of doing it anyways. But we'll see. If you use your own database provider in Chapter 6, you'll need to update the database queries to work with your provider. You can find the queries in app/lib/data. Okay, I see. So you'd have, yeah, okay, so that's what you meant by deploying with Kamal. Okay, if you use your own database provider in Chapter 6, you need to do that. Fetching data. Now that you understand different ways of fetching data, let's fetch data from our dashboard overview page. Navigate to app dashboard page.tsx. Okay. Paste the following code and spend some time exploring it. Okay, so we import our card, a bunch of UI stuff basically. There's our font again. We have our header. We have a div with a bunch of stuff commented out. Okay, so I don't really know what I'm supposed to be exploring here. Async, which makes sense. We're fetching data with the SQL stuff, or 3 components which receive data. Card. Okay, card. What was it? Revenue chart. Revenue chart and latest invoices. Okay. They're currently commented out to prevent the application from erroring. Okay. To fetch data from revenue chart, import fetch revenue. Okay, so we're grabbing this from there, and then we're going to use this in here. Const revenue equals await, and then fetch revenue. Okay. So now we can come to the revenue chart, I guess, and do this. Like that. And we have to start the server. You also literally fetch the data inside the rendering component. Okay. Let me see. npm run dev. Let's go over here. Let's refresh the page. We have to wait. Recent revenue. Okay. Okay, there's no errors. Ooh, okay, hold on. Const await db, select whatever. Okay, so you can do this inside of the component. Interesting. Okay. Uncomment stuff, that's all it says. Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like. Then uncomment revenue chart, navigate to the component file, revenue chart tsx, and then uncomment more stuff. And uncomment the code inside of it. Okay. Comment in this code when you get to this point in the course. Okay. This is an interesting way of doing this. Let's come over here. I'm also going to close this because we're not using this. Okay, so there's our chart. Okay, and then we'll come back over here. Let's continue importing some data queries. For the latest invoices component, we need to get the latest 5 invoices sorted by date. Okay. You can fetch all the invoices and sort through them using JavaScript. But obviously you don't want to do that. That'd be kind of weird to do. Instead of sorting through the invoices in memory, you can use SQL to fetch only the last 5 invoices. Okay, so limit 5. In your page, import fetch latest invoices. Okay, so we'll import. Oh wait, we can import that from here, right? Fetch, and it should be first because fetch latest. Like that. And then we can come down here and do this. Like that, okay. And then latest invoices can be uncommented. Right here, we have to go into latest invoices and do the same thing again. So grab all this and do this. We can come over here and now we got this stuff. Okay. Alrighty. So now let's come back over to here. If you visit your local host, you should see that only the last 5 are returned from the database, which makes sense. But what if we come in here? Data. Where is it? Limit 5. What if we do this? Okay, and then that just causes everything to load. There's some cool ESLint plugins to detect possible issues in the code, for example. Yeah, I'm assuming there's probably going to be that data fetching in the component can be done with promise.all. I see. Okay, instead of doing it individually. I'm assuming. Okay. Yeah, so like for this, it'd probably make more sense to just have like a scroll bar or something instead of just assuming that you're going to get 5 things back, but whatever. Okay, so we did that. We have our 5 items. Fetch data for the card component, which is just going to be the same thing. Would it be like fetch fetch filtered customers? Total customers. Fetch customers. That const number of customers goes fetch customers. I'm assuming, and then it wants that here. Oh, we got total invoices, total pending number. Oh Jesus, it's like, yeah, okay. So what was this? It's your turn. The card will display the following data. Again, you might be tempted to fetch all the invoices and customers, use JavaScript to manipulate. For example, you could use array.length. But with SQL, you can fetch only the data you need. It's a little longer than using array.length, but it means less data needs to be transferred during the request. This is the SQL alternative. Okay. The function you need to import is called this. Fetch card data, which means we actually don't want to do this. We want to do this. Liking it. Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of this makes sense. What's always frustrating is when they do like these exercises and like learning resources, and it just turns into, and now I'm doing math homework. Here's 10 exercises. You're just like, okay, but that's not. Maybe it's helpful for other people, but for me, I'm just like, oh, I don't want to. Okay, so that's the function we need. Fetch card data. Nobody does it. Yeah, exactly, and that's what it feels like. It's like this is something that maybe for them they thought was a good idea. But instead, it's just like, who cares? I just want to go through this and do it without sitting here doing this. But again, like it's not aimed at someone like me that does this stuff 24/7 either. So I'm a little bit more familiar with learning like new things as I go. So I kind of know like what I'm comfortable with. Yeah, maybe first time devs do it. That's definitely what it feels like it's geared towards. Okay, we did that, and then we have to come into the card component, which is what this is doing. Card is over here. Come in here, and we do this. Comment in this code when you get to this point in the course. Okay. I think I did this in the wrong place. Total invoices paid. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Great. Now you fetched all the data. However, there are 2 things you need to be aware of. Data requests are unintentionally blocking each other, creating a request waterfall. By default, NextJS pre-renders routes to improve performance. It's called static rendering. So if your data changes, it won't be reflected in your dashboard. Let's discuss number 1 in this chapter, then look at detail number 2 in the next chapter. Okay. What are request waterfalls? For example, we need to fetch revenue to execute before this. We can start running and so on. Okay. This pattern is not necessarily bad. There's, of course, times you want to do it. You might want to fetch the user's ID and then use the ID for something, which makes sense. However, it can also be not good. And then this is where they're doing promise.all, like you were saying, because this doesn't make a ton of sense. Let's come over here and we'll do it like this. So they're suggesting in the fetch card data function, which is in applib data. Where is this? Export async function, fetch card data. Right here. Promise. Oh, it's already in here. Okay. Okay. By using this pattern, you can start executing all data fetches at the same time, which can lead to performance gains. You can use a JavaScript pattern that can be applied, whatever. But there's one disadvantage of relying on this JavaScript pattern. What happens if one data request is slower than all the others? Okay. When you're just stuck waiting. Okay. Static rendering. Data fetching and rendering happen on the server at build time when you deploy or during revalidation. This result can then be distributed and cached in a CDN. Whenever a user visits your application, the cached result is served. There's benefits and then there's drawbacks. We've covered caching before for Rails as well. You're going to run into the same issues here. So, and then of course, opposite is dynamic rendering. Real-time data, user-specific data, or request time information. So stuff that you're expecting to change, you want to use dynamic rendering instead of static rendering. So we want to make the dashboard dynamic. By default, @Vercel/Postgres doesn't set its own caching semantics. This allows the framework to set its own static and dynamic behavior. Use a NextJS API called unstable no-store inside your server components or data fetching functions to opt out of static rendering. So we're adding this to our data.ts, I guess. Data.ts. We do that here. And we call no store. And then we come into fetch revenue. And okay, so we're just doing this for each of these. Okay. We come into fetch latest invoices, fetch card data, filtered invoices is after all of this stuff. This always hurts my brain to look at. This right here, immediately I'm like, what am I even looking at here? Okay, filtered invoices, like that. Okay. Fetch invoice by ID. Okay. We're not doing it for customers. We did it for fetch filtered customers. Okay, whatever. I'm only going to do it for the ones that they say to do it at. No one likes Next's default caching system. It's so strict. By the way, that's not SQL injectable. SQL has a pre-built sanitizer. Gotcha. Yeah, there was a whole other side tangent there. Thinking stuff is SQL injectable. Had a lovely conversation about that at one point with a former colleague. C lines 212. Oh, I see. Okay. This looks familiar. We've done this before. This is whenever we do searching in Rails, we don't feel like using an actual search solution, so we just kind of hack something together. It gets compiled to a parameterized query. Okay, gotcha. Well, that's nice. At least that saves you a little bit of headache. Let's simulate a slow fetch. Uncomment this in fetch revenue. Okay, so we got to come up to the top. Fetch revenue. Doing this. So 3-second sleep. Okay. And then we do this. Notice how the page takes longer to load. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Added this. The result is now that your whole page is blocked while the data is being fetched, which brings us to a common challenge developers have to solve. Dynamic rendering your application is only as fast as your slowest data fetch. Okay. Start chapter 9, streaming. In the previous chapter, you made your dashboard page dynamic. However, we discussed the slow data fetches can impact the performance of your application. Let's look at how you can improve the user experience when there are slow requests. Okay. Data streaming. As you break down a route into smaller chunks and progressively stream them from the server and the client as they become ready. By streaming, you can prevent slow requests from blocking everything. This allows users to see and interact with parts of the page without waiting for all the data to load before any UI can be shown to the user. Works well with React's component model, as each component can be considered a chunk. There are two ways to implement streaming in NextJS: at the page level or with specific components. Okay, so now we're coming in here. We're coming into app, dashboard, and loading. New file, loading.tsx. Paste this in. And then this will wait the 3 seconds and then we're good to go. Okay. Okay, so loading.tsx is a special NextJS file built on top of suspense. It allows you to create fallback UI to show as a replacement while page content loads. Since side nav is static, it's shown immediately. User can interact with side nav while the dynamic content is loading. The user doesn't have to wait for the page to finish loading before navigating away, which is good because that always frustrates me when you're sitting there just staring at a blank screen for a bit. Inside your loading, let's do the dashboard or the skeleton stuff like that. And then we'll add that instead. Like that. Refresh, and that just gives us our basic layouts. Vercel uses Cloudflare CDN to serve those static parts. Okay, so that's also like built in. Yeah, so it seems like they handle a lot for you. Fixing the loading skeleton bug with route groups. Right now, your loading skeleton will apply to the invoices and customer pages as well. Since loading TSX is a level higher than invoices/page.tsx and customer page in the file system, it's also applied to those pages. Okay, so it's inside like a higher folder. We can change this with route groups. Create a new folder called /overview. Okay, so wait, new folder inside dashboard called overview in parentheses. This feels wrong. This feels so wrong. Okay. Then move your loading and page inside the folder. Loading and page inside of parentheses overview. Okay. What's this do? So now loading will only apply to your dashboard. Oh, okay. So it doesn't continue down the path. Everything is now strictly in here. Route groups allow you to organize files into logical groups without affecting the URL path structure. You create a new folder using parentheses. The name won't be included in the URL path. So this just becomes /dashboard. You're using a route group to ensure loading.tsx only applies to your dashboard overview page. However, you can use the route groups to separate your application into sections like marketing, routes, shop routes. Okay. Okay. So far, you're streaming a whole page, but instead you can be more granular and stream specific components using React Suspense. Suspense allows you to defer rendering parts of your application until some condition is met, like if data is loaded. You can wrap your dynamic components in Suspense and pass it a fallback component to show while the dynamic component loads. Remember the slow request data for fetch revenue. Slow down the whole page. Instead of blocking, you can use Suspense to stream only this component and immediately show the rest of the page. Oh, okay. Let's try that. Let's come into page.tsx. And we need to use, what is it? We have fetch revenue remove fetch revenue. Okay. And delete this line. Then import suspense from React and wrap it around revenue chart. Okay. So we import both of these. We come down here to revenue. We wrap this in suspense with that as the fallback. And then we close this over here like that. But this needs to be revenue chart, right? Or no. This just needs to be revenue like that. Revenue chart. Finally, update the revenue chart. Okay. Hold on. Revenue chart. And then in here, we make it async. Remove the props like this. And then we await fetch data in the component like this, which means we have to import this up here. Okay. Well, that's a lot. Now refresh the page. You should see the dashboard information almost immediately with the fallback is shown for the revenue chart. Okay, so let's refresh. Okay, and then, okay, gotcha. So then this one waits. The rest of these, because they don't take as long, they can just immediately pop in. Yeah, we did that. Okay, practice streaming, latest invoices. Grouping components. Great. You're almost there. Now you need to wrap the card components in suspense. You can fetch data for each individual card, but this could lead to a popping effect as the cards load in. This can be visually jarring for the users. How would you tackle it? To create more of a staggered effect, you can group the cards using a wrapper component. This means the static side nav will be shown first, followed by the cards. So we come into page.tsx. Which page is this? App dashboard? Hold on. Do we have this? This pattern is baptized by the community as full stack component, where the component owns its data needed to render the UI. As the example I sent. Okay. I mean, it makes sense what they're saying. It's just something where I would have to do it probably like a dozen times in an actual app before I'd be like, okay, I understand like what I'm actually doing here. Where is this? App dashboard page.tsx. Am I grabbing this back out of dashboard? What? Was I not supposed to move this out of... I thought I was supposed to move this to put it in the overview. I might have done an oopsie. Let's just come down here. Let's see. Okay, delete your card components, delete the fetch, import a new wrapper component, import a new skeleton, do this. So let's come into overview page. I guess I just do it in here. Import card wrapper. This is not the right place. Let's come in here. Import card wrapper in app dashboard page.tsx. Right here. Doing this above right here, right? Doing this here above this. Close it. App dashboard. This just has a layout. So are they talking about this page.tsx? Delete the card components. And then this one's also doing fetch revenue chart skeleton. Latest invoice. Oh, latest invoice was probably from the other one. Okay, so I get rid of this. We have the revenue chart skeleton. I didn't do the other skeleton. But now it wants the card skeleton. So we'll do that one right here. And we have to import card wrapper. Like this. We do that, and then we come in here and we do the suspense around the card wrapper again, which is under dashboard. So we get rid of all this, and then we do the card skeleton like that. Now we come over here. Okay. Then move the file. Wait. Then move into the file app UI dash card. This one. Okay. In here, import the fetch card data function. So let's grab that. Do that like here. And invoke it inside the card wrapper. So it's doing all this stuff in here. So we moved all that in here, I think, in the card wrapper. And then refresh the page, and you should see all the cards load in at the same time. It doesn't say to uncomment. Oh, uncomment any unnecessary code. Okay, there it is. I was like, this isn't going to do anything. There's nothing here. Okay, so we come over here, and now we have the card components popping in. Okay. Refresh the page. You should see them all loading. You can use this pattern to when you want multiple components to load in at the same time. Okay. Deciding where to place your suspense boundaries. When you place your suspense boundaries will depend on a few things. How you want the user to experience the page as it streams, what content you want to prioritize, and if the components rely on data fetching. So it's interesting because like this is something where from like a Rails perspective, we really don't ever talk about this. Like this is something where having, you know, stuff pop into the page like this, it's never really mentioned. Like I'm sure that you could find it on a doc somewhere, but I guess because you're not going through a process like this that goes start to finish, there's never a point where you're considering, oh, when do I want stuff to pop in on the page? It's more just like, I don't know, throw it on the page, see what happens, which has its own issues, right? Like a good example was the real-time chat app that we did for the like YouTube series, where you'd have like the chat streaming in, but because users could upload images or files or videos in the chat message and send it, you would end up in a situation where like it would send, the video wouldn't initially be there, so the message would cause the infinite scroll to be all wonky. And like there's a lot of stuff there that then when you're trying to cover that, where you then realize, oh, I have to go back and I have to like kind of build this foundation for people, where something like this would then already have built that foundation where they would at least have been exposed to it at some point. So let's see. Take a look at your dashboard. Is there anything you would have done differently? Love to see a full code comparison between this and Rails, like 1-to-1. Yeah, that would be interesting. You'd have to, let me look at this. You could probably do something pretty similar. Also now with that teaser, you have to watch the real-time chat video you have. Well, it's not entirely a video. It was like a 20 something part series. What was it? I think I called it like Turbo Chat. Yeah, it's like 28 videos. But it went through a lot to get all of this working. And then at the end, I think I added like GIFs. And then because I wanted to annoy people, I put GIF in the thumbnail. Doing this example with Rails would be a lot easier until you need to add streaming. Which one did you go over? The sending images and videos and hit that problem? Okay, so that would have been, where is it? That's a good question. Let me see if I can show you. I'll try and show you what it looks like first. So like here, if I come back over, so you can see one of the issues was like, because you have all these different content types, there's a bunch of stuff you have to account for, like, you know, audio tags, video tags, and all of that. So I ended up giving each one an individual class, and then I gave that class the size that I expect that media to have when it loads in. So like if the audio, for example, I know that's going to be 40 pixels tall for like the little play button, then I know that I have to make this at least 40 pixels tall so that doesn't cause an issue. But if I remember correctly, even in this, I think there was probably like some stuff that didn't quite behave right when you have like the pop in. and it caused like the infinite or the infinite scroll, because you had to scroll up through your message history. It caused that to be a little bit weird. But let me see. Let me come back and maybe I can find it. Because this has been like a year since I've done this. So we did the infinite scroll, but then I think the infinite scroll didn't work because I didn't realize it would break when we did the images and stuff. Bug fixes, infinite scroll fixes, and updating Ruby. Maybe this one? Let's see. It's going to be somewhere in here. Okay. I gotta like scrub through the video. Okay, so right here, for example, one of the things that you could do was you could select like a audio file, a video, an image, like a bunch of stuff at the same time. And I wanted all of those to be attachable in the same way you could do in like Discord. So you click on it, you get all the previews, and then you click send. And then when it sends, you can see how it like causes the progress bar to like be kind of weird, because the message gets sent, then there's a set size, and then the infinite scroll is moving it. But the set size, or the size of the message, didn't account for the fact that the image didn't exist yet. So then I had to make sure that each of the images, like their heights and stuff were added on to whatever we were scrolling down with like the stimulus controller, I think. But yeah, so this was like, there was a lot here where it was a learning experience while I was trying to make this work. And then like trying to explain it, I don't even think I explained it right at the time. So this is something where I'd probably have to go back and then say, okay, well, there's a better way to do this and a better way to explain this so that people can follow along better. I do think this is probably like one of the best projects you can work on, if not my video, but like the real-time chat with like attachments for files and audio and video and you know, images and stuff. That's probably one of the best things you can work on, where you really have to understand like a bunch of different aspects and how they tie together. At least that was my takeaway from it. Because this, I mean, I could have kept the series going forever, but like towards the end, it was I would upload the videos, like maybe 20 people were watching it. Because you get to like part 12 and like already you've already shrunk the size down so much, and it's like how many people are going to be actually using part 12 of the series. I got up to like part 28 and I was just like, there's no one watching this anymore. Just unfortunate, you know. So maybe that's something that would be better served to just be like a mega video, like a 12-hour long chat app or something, to make it like, I don't know, interesting for people. Because I think that's the other part of it. Like it took me weeks or months to get the series out, but I ended up getting like a lot of this working. This was hosted and deployed at the time, but I don't know how like replicatable this would be right now. But if we come over here, where is it? You get to the point where the scroll is working and everything's kind of sized right, but you just have to, I don't know. There's always going to be another bug that you have to deal with when you're doing something like this, like switching between the rooms and what happens when so like here you can see the images didn't exist. So before this would be like really condensed and it'd be like a really small message. But here you set the default size in like the message container itself so that you don't run into that problem. And it's kind of like doing the skeleton stuff, but man, you're really hacking this together when you're first trying to get it to work. Especially for stuff like the audio player. Like I didn't even realize that there was a default audio player size like that looked like this. I was like, okay, there's even more stuff here that I have to deal with. Oh, and then like the text document, someone was like, how do I attach a Word doc? And then I was like, oh, okay, that seems easy. It's just a file. And I went to go try it. I was like, oh no, there's a special condition for this too. I've done real time with NextJS or stream ongoing. Yeah, I'll be curious to see like what the difference is between this NextJS stuff and like how it worked in Rails. Although this would be like it'll be a whole project to get this working. But again, I do think it's good to look at this and then say like, how does this compare to the Rails land and what I'm familiar with and like what we can steal from it. Okay, anyways, still going through here, still learning this. Trying not to fall asleep while we read. You could stream every component individually, but that'll lead to UI popping, which is what we were talking about with like the infinite scrolling. It would pop and then your chat would just, it's like you come in here to read the chat and your chat would just scroll up a bit every time you did something, which was really annoying. It was similar if you were like trying to scroll up to see older messages where maybe you load in a video and the video doesn't load in right, and suddenly your scroll position is just like, it's jutting all over the place. Okay, you could also create a staggered effect by streaming page sections, but you'll need to create wrapper components. And that's something where I think it'd be better if I went back and I looked at it more, and maybe there's some lessons learned. And then when I go to like recreate that whole series, maybe we do it on stream. Maybe we do like a real-time chat app stream for a couple days while we figure it out. And then we just do like a whole big, thick boy that covers everything. Don't be afraid to experiment with suspense. Okay. Looking ahead. Partial pre-rendering. New experimental rendering model built with streaming. Although wait, isn't there Rails streaming? I swear I saw something about this. Yeah. Allows views to be streamed back to the client as they are rendered. I think I might have actually talked about this in a video before, like a Rails video. But again, like, because like they say here for like newer edit, a lot of people just only focus on CRUD apps. So you kind of just, you never see this stuff until you're working on like whatever your own pet project is. And that's when you end up going down these rabbit holes of like, where do I do all this stuff? And then you also, with Rails, you always run into the issue of like, a lot of the docs you look at are going to be outdated. Some of the stuff just straight up doesn't exist anymore. And they're like, oh, this is a cool feature. And you go to try it and it just doesn't work, tells you it doesn't exist. And you find like the ticket where there's just like a one-liner from like a DHH GitHub issue where he's like, yeah, we removed this. No one was using it. Like, well, yeah, no one was talking about it. Currently, if you call a dynamic function inside your route, no store cookies, your entire route becomes dynamic. So most web apps are built today. You either choose between static and dynamic rendering for your entire application or a specific route. That makes sense. Not everything is one or the other, as is with most things in life. Like it's never that easy. For example, consider an e-commerce site. You might be able to pre-render the majority of the product page, but you might want to fetch the user's cart and recommended products dynamically on demand. Going back to your dashboard page, which components would you consider static versus dynamic? So already click the button below to see how we would split the... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sidebar, top nav bar is static. This stuff here, dynamic. Even though, like, technically you would think, I'm on a different page, so the link would change. That's not really what they mean by, like, dynamic. They're not talking about, like, a quick little CSS change when you go over to, like, invoices, for example. It's more, like, data related. Which might be obvious. I just want to make sure that, like, I don't know, in case it wasn't, I guess. What is partial pre-rendering? Contains a preview of partial pre-rendering. An experimental feature allows you to render a route with a static loading shell while keeping some parts dynamic. Okay, so this is like their e-commerce example. So like your overall thing is static, but then like your cart and the stuff at the bottom might be dynamic. Because I think, yeah, blue's dynamic, purple static. Okay. User visits a route. A static route shell is served, ensuring a fast initial load. The shell leaves holes where dynamic content would load in asynchronous. Async holes are streamed in parallel, reducing the overall load time of the page. PPR is still experimental. It doesn't work. Yeah, that sounds about right. If nothing else, I appreciate the honesty. Partial rendering combines ultra-quick static edge delivery with fully dynamic capabilities, and we believe it has the potential to become a default rendering model for web applications. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like the more stuff you can consider static, the better. And if you can break it down to such a small component, then that makes sense to me. But yeah, like if it's still experimental, then you're always going to run into the issue of like it no work. Okay. Partial pre-rendering leverages React's concurrent APIs and uses suspense until some condition is met, like your SQL stuff finishes grabbing data. The file is embedded into the initial static file along with other static content. At the build time or during revalidation, the static parts of the route are pre-rendered and the rest is postponed until the user requests the route. Worth noting that wrapping a component in suspense doesn't make the component itself dynamic. Remember, used unstable no store to achieve this behavior. This is also just like, this could be named something a little bit I don't know, something that inspires more confidence than unstable no store. I see unstable in there and I'm like, why are we just admitting that this isn't stable? But rather, suspense is used as a boundary between static and dynamic parts of your route. The great thing about partial pre-rendering is that you don't need to change your code to use it. As long as you're using suspense to wrap the dynamic parts of your route, NextJS will know which parts of your route are static and which are dynamic. That's pretty cool. Okay. Create a database, fetch the data, use SQL, parallelize data fetching with JavaScript, implemented streaming, move data. In the next chapter, we'll look at 2 common patterns you might need to implement when fetching data, search and pagination. React ecosystem uses the unstable prefix to indicate that the API may change in the future. Oh, okay. I was just thinking it was like unstable because like the data might get there or it might not. For example, use unstable underscore use form state. Okay, I see. That actually makes sense then. I was just thinking they were like, yeah, you know, it's unstable because your Postgres database could, I don't know, get shipped to the moon and you'll never be able to see it again. Okay, search and pagination. So this is a real pain point for Rails, not the pagination. Pagination's easy. Yeah, the idea is good. The prefix is trash. Yeah. Well, it's just one of those things like you see it and you're like, well, that really isn't inspiring a lot of confidence right now. Unstable is probably not a word we want to be thrown around so lightly. But okay, so yeah, like search in Rails it's not a fun experience. There's always something where however you want it to work, it ends up not working too great. Like when you're using the ransack gem, for example, it's great until you need it to do something that it's not made to do. And then that's when you're like, man, I wish I just built this from scratch. Which is almost always what like the comments on the videos are. They're like, yeah, that's great, but how can I filter 18 tags at the same time and do all this other stuff with like waiting? And I'm like, you just go use Elasticsearch. Just go hook it up to something. You're trying too hard to make this work. Okay, so wait, where am I doing this? Inside your app, invoices, page, TSX, paste the following code. Okay. Invoices, page, TSX. Like that. I've used SearchKit decently, but yeah, definitely always some snag. Yeah. It feels like there's always something where you're just like, oh man, if only. But like you can't, it's also not fair to the tools because like they can't do everything, but you always want them to do everything. And you always pick them and you start using them and then you run into that, oh, I wish this just did whatever I need it to do. So I don't know. I don't think there's any winning if you're one of the like tool creators in that situation. Okay. Anyways, we have this. We have an async function. Importing, pagination. Okay, so I'm actually going to go look at the search TSX. Label plus an input and an icon. Okay, and it's a client component. Interesting. Allows users to search for specific invoices. Okay. Where is it? Search. Right there, placeholder. Okay. Your search functionality will span the client and the server. When the user searches for an invoice on the client, the URL params will be updated. Data will be fetched on the server. And the table will re-render on the server with the new data. Okay. I use URL search params. Using URL search params. The pattern may be new if you're used to doing it with the client-side state. A couple of benefits of implementing search with URL patterns. Yeah, this is like a big one for me. This was something that was really frustrating in some frameworks when I was trying to do like a search bar and it was like a single page application search field and I want to go back to those specific search results and it was just never possible. And it felt like you were always, I don't know, just kind of hacking it together when you were trying to make it. Server-side rendering initial load. URL params can be directly consumed on the server to render the initial state, of course, so you don't have to do it from the client. And then analytics and tracking also makes sense. Adding the search functionality. Okay, these are the Next.js client hooks that you use to implement the search functionality. Use search params. Allows you to access the parameters of the current URL. Okay. Yeah, so like page and query. Use path name lets you read the current URL's path name. For example, the route dashboard invoices would return dashboard invoices, and then you got the router. Okay. So here's a quick overview of the implementation. Capture the user's input, update the URL, and then keep the URL in sync with the input field, and then update the table to reflect the search query. And that's coming from the server. Capture the user's input. Go into the search component, which we were in. Search. Go into the search component, and you'll notice there's use client and there's an input. Create a new handle search. Oh, cool. They're even naming it the way that I do, where it's just handle the thing, and then question why that's your naming convention. And then in here, we need to call handle search on change with e.target.value. Okay, that makes sense. Test that it's working correctly by opening the console in your developer tools, then type into the search field. You should see the search term log to the console. Okay, so this is invoices. This is invoices. Okay, that was weird. Test case. Hey, there you go. And then because it's logging every single time, you could sit here and you could just make your server have a very fun time as you send off 1 million requests every time you type. Let's see, update the URL with the search params. Okay, so that's what we have to do here in here. So below this, we use search params. It's fixed later, I hope. I'm sure they'll say something like, hey, we should probably, I don't know, debounce or something. Okay, and then search. It's always hard because like you have those thoughts, but you have to just have faith in how they're teaching. But the thought does cross your mind where you're like, I've seen this story before. And then here, let's do it like this. We'll paste this in. We'll leave the console log though. Okay, so we have this const params, search params. Instead of creating a complex string literal, you can use it to get the param string like this. Makes sense. Next, set the param string based on the user's input. If the input is empty, you want to delete it. Okay. We do this in handle search, right? Okay, so let's do this. Param set the query, and if there is no search term, then delete the query. Because you don't want to have like a disconnect between like this and then having the, I don't know, like the query in there. That'd be weird. Now that you have the query string, you can use NextJS's use router and use path name hooks to update the URL. Okay, so we'll grab this. And then we set these here after the search params. Then we replace the path name here, which we're doing after the handle, whatever. Let's come in here and do this like that. Oops, this actually needs to be in here. Okay, that's good. Okay, here's a breakdown of what's happening. The path name is the current path, which in this case is dashboard/invoices. Then we have, as the user types, params toString translates this input into a URL-friendly format. Okay. Then replace whatever, updates the URL with the user search data. Query equals Lee is the search for Lee. The URL is updated without reloading the page thanks to Next client-side navigation. And you have to keep the URL and input in sync, which you can do by coming into the into here and setting a default value right here after on change, like that. Okay, default value versus value, controlled versus uncontrolled. Okay, so if you're using state to manage the value of an input, you'd use the value attribute to make it a controlled component. This means React would manage the input state. However, since you're not using state, you can use default value. This means the native input will manage its own state. This is okay since you're saving the search query to the URL instead of state, which makes sense. Updating the table. Finally, you need to update the table component to reflect the search. So now we have to come over to our invoices page, which I think is this one. No, this is dashboard. So let's come over to invoices page.tsx. And then in here, we have to update the props and do this stuff. So let's do this first, which will grab the entire page, right? Like this, like that. It's a good practice to avoid controlled state every time you can. Okay, good to know. I'm going to add that to the ever-growing list of things that I need to remember. Okay, so we add this here. Oh, I see. It's already commented out. Yeah, I'm sure if I start like seriously playing with Next.js, you're gonna have an aneurysm just sitting there watching me. It's gonna be like every 5 seconds you're gonna have to sit there and go, no, bad, stop it, stop doing that. slapping my hands away from the bad habits. Let's see now. You'll get to understand like all the things that the Rails devs get mad at me for. There's good libraries that make form managing as uncontrolled forms like React hook form. Okay. So yeah, that's the other thing is it's going to be like a learning experience for all the libraries that I need to know about, which will probably just devolve into me scrolling through chat history as you link things, I'm sure. Similar to like the Tailwind stuff when we were looking at Tailwind. Okay. If you navigate to the table component, you'll see the two props. Okay, let's just come over here. Okay, so say it's a bad practice, but if you see my code, you'll see all the times, and I say to people to don't do it. Well, yeah, and that's like the thing. Like, just what's the expression? Do as I say, not as I do. Like, that's just the way it works. And like we're also all guilty of breaking conventions at some point ourselves. So like there's, that's the way it be. Okay, so what is this searching for? So this is just query, but it doesn't really say what is being queried here. Is it customer name? And I wasn't paying attention. Search params, query. Get query. Okay, if you navigate to the component, you'll see the two props, query and current page, are passed to fetch filtered invoices, which awaits fetch filtered invoices. So let's come over to here, assuming in data, in here. Customer name, email. Okay, so it's searching all of them. So that's, gotcha, okay. So you'd have to write like a custom one of these, a custom fetch filtered invoices for like, I don't know, fetch filtered invoices by name only if you only want to search by customer name or by email. So if I test this, then I can come in here and I can say, I want to find anything that was like, I don't know, $89. And we can see right here, we have three $89 amounts. It's bad practice, but my whole code queries the database directly because fucking integration testing. It's so real though. Yeah, there was one or two queries, and like, because again, we use like a desktop application at my old job. It was managing a desktop app, but there's one or two queries that went to the database, and every time something broke, we knew it was going to be one or two of those because they were just, it was just like, lines upon lines of just this super over engineered query because we were too lazy to go through and just fix it. So you'd go in there and you'd be like, yeah. It's broken again. Can you come here and can you make this query stop causing this test to fail? Come over, fix it. And suddenly that test would pass. It'd go to QA, it'd come back, and it's like, oh, something else broke. And it's just like, this isn't great. But it's the bed that's been made, and now I have to sleep in it. And of course, like whenever you want to go change stuff, depending on where you work, if you're working like contract work, you have a lot less flexibility sometimes to go in and just make the code better, that was a challenge in and of itself, was learning that like, I want to go in, I want to clean this stuff, but like customer hasn't cut the check for 10 hours worth of cleaning the code. And if you break something, you can end up running into like, oh, now you're breaking something else. You're wasting dev time that was allocated for something else. So there was a lot of balancing there that you normally wouldn't really think about, but good Lord, it did not lead to the cleanest code. But thankfully, by the time I left, it seemed like things were heading in a much better direction where there's a lot more like open communication about that and stuff was getting cleaned up like crazy because a lot of that was going out the window. Like a lot of the bad practices and stuff were going out the window as like, as things were being rewritten. Because of course, like you're rewriting it, now you have someone in charge who's like, we should do this like properly, and then that causes everything to just like skyrocket in terms of quality. But yeah, if you think like having, queries to the database directly. Just imagine that's like, that's basically the only way you do it. It's just, it's not great. And when you're first looking at it, you're like, this is everything my professor told me not to do. You're coming into it from like a fresh CS background. And you're like, is all of industry just breaking every piece of advice that was fed to me? It's like, yeah, kind of, a little bit. It's your ideal worldview does get challenged a little bit when you start doing that. Anyways, let's come back over here and in our search right here, I guess they want it like that. Inside your thing, do that. Okay, so yeah, here's where they're talking about like debouncing it, right? Debounce it. Yeah, okay. So we want to debounce it, so we have to use debounce, which we have definitely done enough times already on the channel. So we'll grab this. We have the handle search. We want to do this inside the search component. Do this before the console log. Right? Oh, I see. Okay, const params is use that. So it wants it like here. Oh, I see. So it's just wrapping this entire thing in here. Okay, like this. Replace. So it wants this is what it's actually after. Oops, this is just the whole handle search like that. Okay. Best practices don't actually work. Words to live by. Oh, geez. Okay. This function will wrap the contents of handle search and only run the code after a specific time once the user has stopped typing. Okay, well, hold on. Oh, it does actually mention to install use debounce. Okay, so npmi use debounce. That's on the Tailwind homepage, by the way. That's hilarious. Let me move this over here. It's so true, though. Oh my god. This might have single-handedly made Tailwind my favorite front-end framework. That's funny. Okay, let me come over here and we'll do npm run dev again. Give it a second to do whatever, and then we can come in here and refresh. Hey, there we go. Okay. So we did that. Have a 300 millisecond debounce time. And now when we come in here and type, it's not going to immediately filter. So we can come in here and let's look for DELBA. And we can see here that even while typing in a staggered manner causes it to only show up once. But if I come in here and I do like that, it'll just only fire off once, which is nice. Okay. Pagination. After introducing the search feature, you'll notice the table displays only 6 invoices at a time. It's because the fetch filtered invoices function returns a maximum of 6 invoices per page. Adding pagination allows users to navigate, blah, blah, navigate to the pagination component. Okay. And you'll notice it's a client component. You don't want to fetch data on the client as this would expose your database secrets. Remember, you're not using an API later. Instead, you can fetch the data on the server and pass it to the component. Meanwhile, I've like literally just shown off my API key this stream. Really, really good security practice on my part. In dashboard invoices page.tsx, import a new function. Okay, so we got to come over here again. Invoices page, import this. Do it right here. From applib data. When you get to server actions, we'll say that it's okay to fetch data on the client. Oh, geez. Yes, when it's convenient, we will say best practices can go away. Turns the total number of pages based on the query. So for example, if there are 12 invoices that match the search query, each page displays 6, then 2 pages. Okay. Pagination, which is right here. So we uncomment this and save it. Navigate to the pagination component. over here and import use path name and all that stuff. It's interesting that they comment out like a lot of the stuff you're supposed to do, but they don't comment. They don't leave this like commented out as an import. And then we grab this. So we do these three right here. Okay. Next, create a function, a new function inside a pagination component called create page URL. Okay, so we're gonna grab this. We're gonna put it right here, like that. Grabs the search param, sets the page number, and then returns the path, the new path name. Okay, so we need to initially set this over here in our handle search, right? So like right here, we have our const params, and then we handle, or we say params.set page to page 1 because we need some consistency. Okay, we've implemented all of this, allegedly. Maybe I missed the part where it said to uncomment this. All pages is not defined, so we have to uncomment this as well, like that. And now we have multiple pages. Okay. And then this is all the actual logic for making this pagination component. And like this is another one of those things where Rails will do a lot of the stuff in the back end for you, or like the background, like the stuff will just be handled. But then it does get kind of weird when you want to go in and customize some of the stuff, depending on which like tool you're using. Sometimes it's just like, ooh, Rails magic. And then like you have to figure out where you go to edit this stuff or how to override it or something. You end up having to read through like GitHub page after GitHub page. Sometimes you do wish that like it was just in your project somewhere, like not just hidden in like a gem dependency or something. I don't know. At least that's the way I feel. Like sometimes it does become like a bit much to always have to go and like figure out, okay, how do I go override some like pretty basic stuff, like just the styling and stuff without like just creating my own custom CSS. You can add scroll false to the pagination links to avoid resetting the scroll on pagination. Interesting. Wonder if do they mention that? No, now we're just on server actions. Scroll false to the pagination links. Are they using? They are. Oh, let's see. So like in here, you're saying scroll equals false. Let's see. So we come in here and then we can click this, and now we don't get scrolled up to the top unless we go to like page 3. And if we get rid of this and save it, and we click on page 1, then we get reset. Our scroll goes up. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. I see. We're learning. All right, learn how to mutate data with actions. Okay. I usually do it because scroll resetting becomes annoying. Yeah, that makes sense. Again, it comes back to that whole like chat app that I was talking about earlier. It feels like there's always something else that causes the scroll to jump around, and it makes it really awkward to use if you're a user. Okay, in React, you can use the action attribute in the form element to invoke actions. That sounds familiar. Okay. For example, default component for the page, you have an action async function create, where you say use server, and then you have your form action equals create, which is this action right here. Advantage of invoking a server action within a server component is progressive enhancement. Forms work even if JavaScript is disabled on the client. Okay. Server actions are also deeply integrated with NextJS caching. When a form is submitted through a server action, not only can you use the action to mutate data, but you can also revalidate the associated cache using APIs like revalidate path and revalidate tag. Okay. Creating an invoice. Here are the steps you need to create a new invoice. Create a form to capture the user's input. Create a server action. inside your server action, extract the data, validate, insert, revalidate the cache. Okay. Start inside of the invoices folder, add a new route segment called create with a page.tsx. So inside of invoices, new folder, create, new file, page.tsx. Will you upload the code to GitHub? Yeah, it should be, let me grab it. Right now, it's still kind of outdated because we deployed a thing to Vercel at some point. But yeah, I'll be pushing it up and I'll make sure that it's all up there. At least like how I followed it. I don't think what I have is going to be fully what like the Next.js Learn docs say. Because I have skipped some of the let's go do this exercise thing, but it will be available. Okay, create a new form, a new route and form, which we did, and you'll be using this to create new invoices. Okay. So we have that, and then we can come over here to invoices/create. Is where it wants us to go, right here. Okay. Breadcrumbs and a form. Okay. So your page is a server component that fetches customers and passes it to the form component. To save time, we've already created the form component for you. That's so considerate of you. Navigate to the form component. You'll see that the form has one select dropdown. Yeah, we'll just come over here. So select dropdown has an input for the price, and then it has a radio select for these two. It has one input button of submit. Okay, so see that. Great, now let's create a server action. It's going to be called when the form is submitted. Navigate to your lib directory. Okay. Navigate to your lib directory. Create a new file named actions.ts. Okay, new file, actions.ts, use server, like that, okay? In your actions.ts, create a new async function that accepts form data, which we'll do like this. Okay, and then in your form component, import the create invoice from your actions.ts file. Okay, so we come back to our form component, create form and app UI invoices. We then need to import this like that. And then we do the action for the form. So in our form here, wherever that may start up here, we can do our action create invoice. Good to know. In HTML, you'd pass a URL to the action attribute. This URL would be the destination where your form should be submitted. Over in React, the action attribute is considered a special prop, meaning React builds on top of it to allow actions to be invoked. Behind the scenes, server actions create a post API endpoint. So why you don't need to create API endpoints manually when using server actions. Okay, and then we can grab this. We can come back to our actions.ts, and we can replace this with a actual form data that we then are just logging out right now. But I'm assuming we're actually going to like create something with this. We can come over here. We'll hit Control-Shift-I to open up our console. Move it up a bit. Scroll in a bit so everyone can see this. We'll grab Amy. We'll say $5. We'll say she paid $5. We'll click Create Invoice. Maybe. Interesting. Check that everything is connected. Go ahead and try out the form. After submitting, you should see the data you entered into the form in your terminal. Oh, oh, I see. It's server. Okay. This is why Kamir is here. That makes sense. So because it's a server action, it doesn't happen in our client here. Okay. Let's see. If you're working with forms that have many fields, you might want to consider using the entries method with JavaScript's object.formEntries. For example, const raw form data is object.fromEntries form data.entries. Okay. Validate and prepare the data. Now we got to do some TypeScript cringe stuff. If you remember from earlier in the course, your invoices table expects data in the following format. Sure. So far, you only have customer ID, amount, and status. Type, validation, and coercion. It's important to validate that the data from your form aligns with the expected types in your database. For instances, if you add this type of raw form data amount, you'll see that the number is it's a string and not a number, which makes sense. It's a problem you're always going to have everywhere. It's always going to be a headache. To handle the type validation, you have a few options. Well, you can manually validate types using a type validation library to save you time and effort. For example, you could use Zod, a TypeScript first validation library that simplifies this task for you. In your action TS file, we're going to use Zod. Okay, so we're going to grab that. Action TS, we import. We do our form schema below that. Okay, and then we do create invoice. Create invoice equals form schema dot omit for this. Interesting. So we do that like here. Okay. And then we can say the amount field is specifically set to coerce from a string to a number while also validating its type. You can pass your raw form data to create invoice to validate the types. Okay, so we can come into our create invoice and we can say const these things, customer ID, amount, and status is equal to create invoice parse, and then we parse this, right? So we're going to parse this. Oops, like that. Form data that get customer ID, amount, and status. And then we want to not log this out anymore. Like that. Okay. Storing values in cents. Apparently my printer is going off. I do apologize if you can hear a printer going off in the background. I don't know what just happened. Okay, and then right here, after this, we do const amount in cents. Okay. Finally, let's create a new date with the format. Oh, no. Not JavaScript dates, anything but that. The flashbacks. The flashbacks to finding out that one of them is 1 indexed and the other one's 0 indexed, figuring out why that happens and wasting a whole bunch of time on that. Oh, geez. Okay. So now we import SQL from Vercel again. And then we can await the SQL here in our create invoices, which is where we're doing our insertion, right? Insert invoices with all this stuff. Okay, so we do that below the date. Like that. Now we have SQL in our TS file. That looks better. Okay. Right now we're not handling any errors. Yeah, I mean no one ever does that. Why would you do that? NextJS has a client-side router cache that stores the route segments in the user's browser for a time, along with prefetching. As you see, NextJS has almost nothing pre-built and relies a lot on community packages. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of like the meme with JavaScript in general, right? It's everything just gets imported from everywhere. That's what triggers a lot of people. Yeah, well, but it works. And like it's similar with like Rails. A gem for this, a gem for that, a gem for, you get a gem, you get a gem, you get a gem. I just think that like some tools take more flack for it than others. But yeah, I agree. I personally like it like that. Let's see. And then we revalidate the path. Okay. NextJS has a client-side router cache that stores the route segment in the user's browser for time. Along with prefetching, this cache ensures that users can quickly navigate between routes while reducing the number of requests made to the server. Since you're updating the data displayed in the invoices route, you want to clear this cache and trigger a new request to the server. You do this with the revalidate path function from NextJS. Okay, import revalidate path from next/cache. And we revalidate after doing this. Oops, revalidate path. Like that. It feels weird to just be throwing the path in like this. NextJS seems pretty overcomplicated compared to Rails. Yeah, there's a lot. I guess that's like, it's a lot lower level than what you're doing with Rails, where it just kind of, it shoves some stuff under the rug and it says, here you go, it works. Over here, you have to like actually build out a lot of that stuff. Once the database has been updated, the dashboard invoices path will be revalidated and fresh data will be fetched from the server. At this point, you also want to redirect users back to the dashboard/invoices path. You do this with the redirect function. So we grab this and we have to import this. I also feel that the level of customization it gives you is much higher than Rails. Yeah, and that's kind of the trade-off, right? Like Rails gives you the productivity in that you can do a lot of it faster and iterate more quickly. But then you have to actually do the work. So I'm not saying like you're not doing the work if you're in Rails, right? But like in a lot of cases, you have that like abstraction that kind of hides you from having to do this stuff. And then when you actually want to go do the stuff, that's where they say like, it gets hard when you make it do stuff that it doesn't want to do. Which is a pretty common complaint there as well from like the Rails perspective. And like it can be hard to learn. Like here, it's a lot easier. Okay. I guess it's easier for me to look at this and say, this is where this thing happens, and here's the complete logic for it. With Rails, I look at it and I'm like, if I'm creating an invoice, I have a create action in a controller. And then there's a lot of stuff that's associated with actually doing the create where Rails just says, it's done. And here you're like, actually, I have to validate the data. I have to make sure everything's correct. And then in Ruby, it's like, well, we'll figure it out. Just throw it into the params and I'll figure out what each thing needs to be. So it is nice, but also like if you're trying to learn it and do things at a bit more of an advanced level, then you're going to run into some headaches, I think. At least that's been my personal experience. Okay, so updating invoice form is similar to creating an invoice, except you'll need to pass the invoice ID, which makes sense. Doing an update, so we have to go to update invoices /5. We want to update the fifth one. So we need to create a new dynamic route, read the invoice ID from the page params, fetch the specific invoice, pre-populate the form, and then update it after we make our changes. Okay, so you can make dynamic routes, which makes sense for like IDs. For example, ID poster. Okay, so now we're doing this folder structure is this is gonna break me. I don't use NextJS, but I can understand everything that I'm watching. Yeah, and that to me seems like it. Like I'm sure when people come in and they see me doing some stuff in Rails, part of what they see is just like, what is he even doing? And then I refresh the page and then they go, how did he do that? Here, I feel like it would be a lot harder for me to just come in and go, and then have you go, how did he do that? Because you probably saw me go through and actually set it all up. Which again, it has its own trade-offs there. So that is interesting. And that's where I think it's good to have like this happen on like a live stream where you can like just look over and go like, oh yeah, I kind of get it. As opposed to a video where, I don't know. I don't get that type of feedback until I get like a comment later where they're like, actually, I couldn't follow along at all. Okay. In your table component, there's the update invoice, which receives the invoices ID. So I want to create the dynamic route, right? So inside of invoices, dashboard invoices, I want to create a new folder and call this ID. This feels wrong. First the parentheses and now the square brackets. This feels wrong to me to be doing this in my folder names. I feel dirty. Okay. In your table component, notice there's an update invoice button that receives the invoices ID from the table records. App UI. Let me collapse all this stuff. App UI. Invoices. Table.tsx. Okay. And then in here, we got a bunch of stuff around line 10. Wait, app UI invoices table.tsx. Invoices table with a query and a current page. We're doing a return. We're looking for this. Let's look for the delete one right here. Okay. The numbers on the side, the line numbers kind of confuse me. Wait. When you need to create what is that? double bracket extra. Okay, hold on. Can I like increase the font size on the restream? I can't. Okay. This, good Lord. That's gross. That's gross. Okay. Please save me. Okay, so we do this for the invoice ID. Now we go to update invoice component and update the href of the link to accept the ID prop. It means catching every subroute in that file. Oh, I see. Okay. Gotcha. There's so much to learn here. Navigate to your update component and update the href in the link. So we have to go to here, which is in app UI invoices buttons, app UI invoices buttons. And then in here, we want to go into our href dashboard invoices. Okay, wait, hold on. Update your update invoice component. This one right here, because there's multiple components in here. Jeez, I got so confused right there. Update invoice to go to /dashboard /invoices /the ID and then /edit. Okay, so this is going to be like localhost port 3000 /dashboard /invoices /5 /edit, because we want to edit the fifth item, right? Okay. Read the invoice ID from the page params. So back on your page component. Okay, so this is over here. Need to use backticks, not quotes. What did I do? Oh, yep, that makes sense because we're using the actual variable there. Wait, what? Hold on. Like that, I think. Yes. Yeah, okay. Okay, back on your page component in this location. I just control P my way here, please. Okay. All right. Back on your page component in app, dashboard, invoices, ID, edit, and then page, new file, page.tsx. Is this a thing that I was supposed to have made already? Okay, whatever. Paste the following code. Okay, I see. All right. So what are we doing here? We have our main, we have our breadcrumbs again. This is similar to that form we did earlier. Notice how it's similar to create invoice, except it imports a different form from edit form TSX. Right here. This form should be pre-populated with the default value for the customer's name, invoice, amount, and status. To pre-populate the form fields, you need to fetch the specific invoice using ID. Okay, and then in addition to search params, page components also accept a prop called params, which you can use to access the ID. Update your page component to receive the prop. So we're doing this in our edit page right here, and we need to change this to be the full prop, which then clears up this one right here. And now it's just upset about our form invoice customers. Okay. Import a new function called fetch invoice by ID, and you pass the ID as an argument. We also need to fetch customers. So we'll come up here. We have our fetch customers. We'll put in our fetch invoice by ID. And then below the ID from the params, we have to do this. Const invoice and customers, await promise all, fetch by ID, and then we have to fetch all of our customers. Okay, I see. See a temporary TS error for the invoice prop in your terminal, because invoice could be potentially undefined. Don't worry about it now. You'll resolve it in the next chapter when you add error handling. Great. Now test that everything is wired correctly. Click on the pencil icon to edit an invoice. Okay, so let's come over here to invoices. Right here, click on edit for, I don't know, Michael's. Okay. We'll say he paid it. We'll click edit. That params object gets mapped with the brackets from the folders. Okay, gotcha. Wait, hold on. Okay. Invoices, Michael, that didn't do anything. Edit Michael's, change to paid, click edit. It's upset again. For example, bracket tenant ID. Hold on. Oh, I gotta wait for this to actually update. Come on, do the thing. Is Restream just not going to do it now that I've asked it to? Okay. For example, tenant ID slash customer slash square bracket custom ID goes to params tenant ID. Okay, and then just creates a little hash for us. Apparently, Restream just doesn't want to update chat. Okay. So, what happened here? See a temporary TS error for this in your terminal because it could be undefined. Now that everything is wired, click on the pencil. After navigation, you see a form that is pre-populated. The URL should be updated with the ID as follows, which it is. It's a UUID. Then we pass the ID to the server action. Lastly, you want to pass the ID to the server action so you can update the right record in your database. So in our edit form, so we have to come into edit-form. In here, we need the form action. Or I guess we just need to look at the form. Then we need to add in the action. Action equals update invoice, pass in the ID. Like that. Oh, and then by typing that, it automatically did the import for us too, which is nice. Then we pass in the ID here. Like that, I think. No, wait, this actually imported the wrong thing. This isn't nice. I lied. ID. Like that. Action equals update invoice. Okay. And we have to do this. Instead, you can pass the ID to the server using JS bind. This will ensure that any value passed to the server action are encoded. Okay. Oh, you can't pass it like that. I see. So we have to do this here somewhere. And then here we want to do update bind instead, which we do after we get past all of these. We can do update invoice with ID like that. Like that, I think. And then update invoice.bind from update invoice app actions. Oh, we have to create this, right? I think. Let's see. So let's come over to, then your actions create a new action. Okay, so yeah, we have to come into actions.tsx or .ts, sorry. And then in here, we create the update invoice action, which is going to do all this stuff. So we're going to do this below the create. So we have create, and then we have update, which is going to require us to do this up here with the Zod stuff somewhere. I'll just do it right there. Okay, update invoice, customer ID, amount, status. This is, again, very similar to the creation right here, except we're calling update.parse instead of create.parse. Then we set the amount in cents, and we multiply it, then do our SQL where we update instead of inserting. And we have to grab it by ID, as opposed to just passing in some stuff and going from there. We then revalidate again, because we're changing data, and then we redirect to our dashboard invoices. I think that's what we're doing. If you want to be hated by your coworkers, you can define the component, the form, and the action in the same file, and then be roasted in your WhatsApp chat. That one feels incredibly specific, oddly specific. Oh, geez. Okay, so let's come in here to Michael's thing again. Click edit. So now Michael is set to paid. A friend did that? Yeah, I had a feeling. Had a feeling that was a personal anecdote that was happening there. Okay, similarly to create invoice action, here you do all the stuff. So you extract the data from the form data. You validate the type with Zod, which is what we're doing right here with our update invoice stuff. We omit the ID and the date. We convert the amount to cents right here. And then you pass the variables to your SQL, revalidate, and redirect. We can test it out, which we just did, and that works fine. And now we can quickly do deleting an invoice. So this is an app UI invoices buttons.tsx. App UI invoices buttons. So we have to import this from our actions. We have to do a delete one now because we have create, update, delete invoice. We need to change this a bit. So we're going to change delete invoice to have this right here. Delete invoice with ID, bind the ID again, change the form action, then change this to a form as well. Oops. Form. Like that. Okay. In actions, we need delete, which is going to be the smallest action, which brings me back to like some of the React videos I've done. Okay, await SQL delete from invoices where ID is equal to that, and then we revalidate. Since this action is being called in dashboard invoices path, you don't need to redirect. Calling revalidate will trigger a new server request to re-render the table. Okay. Alrighty, so that makes sense. And next step is handling errors. So real quick, I'm gonna do a git add dot, git commit -m, chapter 12. And I'll push this up. There you go. So for anyone that wants to actually look at what we're doing, this is available here. Let me refresh. There we go. And I'll paste it in chat. Just in case, like, again, it's like, I'm just reading the learn stuff, so I'm not doing anything fancy. But you know, if you want to like peek through without having to make it yourself, maybe that's the way to go. Okay. We want to do the error TSX. So I'm assuming this is going to be another file we put in there similar to our, whatever we had over here. Another one of these special cases like the layout. We're doing an error and the loading, I think it was the other one we did. Special error.tsx. How to use not found and not dash found file to handle for errors. Okay, first let's add JavaScript try catch to your server actions to handle errors gracefully. If you know how to do this, spend a few minutes updating your server actions, or you can copy the code below. See, that's a person who's speaking to me from one developer to another. Just copy the code. It's okay. You don't have to go do it yourself. Don't try to do it. Just copy. First hit's always free. Revalidate path is one of the best features in NextJS. Because it can trigger a form submit and update the UI in one simple HTTP request. Yeah, it seems like it's doing a lot of work. This like one line right here with the revalidate. That's one thing I noticed. Like typing this does seem to do quite a bit for you. Especially like in the delete. I think this is where like it finally clicked for me that this is actually doing a bit more than just revalidating. Like it's also like handling the page reload or something. Or like deleting the data from the page, I guess I should say. Okay, so what am I doing here? I'm adding try catches to the create invoice. Okay, try catch. This is around the SQL right here, like that. Okay, and then we need another one for the next one. This is going to be for update. Come in here, we'll update the await right here. And then for delete, like this. Also, it doesn't trigger the loading state, only specific parts. Okay, so that's again like that, what they were talking about with like that fraction of the page or whatever. Later you will learn how to revalidate only specific parts to not trigger all the page. Okay, gotcha. That's so cool. We get rid of this and we change it like this. And we don't need this revalidate down here because now we're doing it in the try. Okay. Note how redirect is being called outside of the try catch block. This is because redirect works by throwing an error, which would be caught by the catch block. To To avoid this, you can redirect after try catch. Redirect will only be reachable if try is successful. Now let's check what happens when an error is thrown in your server action. You do this by throwing an error earlier. For example, in the delete invoice action, throw an error at the top of the function. Oh boy. Okay. When you try to delete an invoice, you should see an error in localhost. Seeing these errors are helpful while developing, as you can catch any potential problems early. However, if you also want to show errors to the user to avoid an abrupt failure and allow your application to continue running. Okay, this is where NextJS error TSX comes from. Okay, handle all errors with error TSX. The error TSX file can be used to define a UI boundary for a route segment. If you hover over the redirect function, you see that it returns never. So the TypeScript IntelliSense knows how to clean the use code. Handle over the redirect function. Oh, I see. Okay. Thing I find weird in JavaScript is that you cannot catch an error based on the error class like you can in Ruby. That is weird. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of this is just... it does require you to like change your mindset a little bit of I don't know, it's like different ways to solve the problems. It was like the conversation people were having earlier on Twitter with like the that like snippet of code was being shared for like creating users or something. I think it was like Jose who said like this it makes sense and it works, but it's just not for him. And I can totally respect that, where sometimes you see code and it works, it makes sense, like with JavaScript and how you handle the errors, but I'm like, it's not. Yeah, so like here, what's being suggested in like Twitch chat is to do something like catch catch error instance of, I'm probably butchering this, instance of, and then like whatever the error type is. I don't know, something like that. So it'd be a little bit different. I got to go back to, wait. Oh, I think I just cut it. Okay, let's do this. Like that. You can throw a string, for example. Okay. In JavaScript, you can throw anything, not only errors. Okay, gotcha. Can I throw a fit? Because I would really like to. In error TSX file, it can be used to define UI boundary in your dashboard invoices folder. Dashboard invoices. Create a new file. Call this error.tsx. And then in here, we're going to copy this and paste it. Save it. Client, use effect. Again, whenever I see use effect, I'm probably thinking use client, from what I've heard. All the loading and suspense works by throwing a promise, and the suspense catches it, renders the fallback while it resolves. Gotcha. Okay. Use effect optionally log the error to an error reporting service, console.error. And we say, here's your stuff. Something went wrong. On click, attempt to recover by trying to re-render the invoices route. Oh, so it has a try again button. Okay. So when you try to delete an invoice again, so because we're randomly throwing an error, right? Let me come back over here. Oops, where is this? This is in app and UI invoices button. Delete invoice. Right here. What did I forget to do? Oh, I'm not. No, I forgot to start the server. Oh, that hurts. Okay. All right. So now we come over here. We can clear this. We're going to try and delete one of these, evil rabbit. And that's going to throw an error, and that's going to ask us if we want to try again. Which takes us back to this page. We can click it again, but it doesn't actually do anything. Okay. Let me clear all this. Okay, so that works. And now we want to handle 404s. Another way you can handle it. So wait. No, this is fine because we want to test this. Okay, so while error.tsx is useful for catching all errors, not found can be used when you try to fetch a resource that doesn't exist. For example, going here, this is a fake thing that doesn't exist. You'll see error.tsx kick in because this is a child route of invoices where error.tsx is defined. However, if you want to be more specific, you can show a 404 error to the user to tell the user the resource they're trying to access hasn't been found. You can confirm that the resource hasn't been found by going into your invoice. I'm like having like a cognitive overload reading this, going through like 13 chapters of this nonstop. I'm just sitting here and like the words are starting to blend together as I'm going. Okay. Fetch invoice by ID function in data.ts and console logging the returned invoice. So let's come into app data.ts. You can confirm that the resource has been found by going into here and whatever, logging it. Okay, so let's do this real quick. A try. This is for the fetch invoice by ID. Fetch invoice by ID in here. We have no store, try, and then right before the return, want to log it right here. Okay. Now that you know the invoice, so it wants to, let me do this. Click on one of these. And then instead of doing this as the ID, we'll just set it to like 123. 123 doesn't exist. And then if we scroll up somewhere right here, failed to fetch invoice. And then we have failed to fetch invoice over and over and over and over and over again. Okay. Invoice is an empty array. Now that you know it doesn't exist, navigate to dash. Okay, we got to go to this path right here is you weren't kidding. It does seem to get pretty deep. Okay, so app dashboard invoices ID edit page. And import not found from React whatever. So import not dash found, or wait, not found from next/navigation, like that. You can use a conditional to invoke not found if the invoice doesn't exist. Okay. So we do this like down here, I guess. If invoice doesn't exist, do a not found. Okay. Like that, I guess. Okay. Now I'll throw an error if a specific invoice is not found. To show an error UI to the user, create a not found TSX file inside the edit folder. New file, not-found.tsx. Okay. Then inside the not found, paste the following code. So grab a link. We put in a face frown icon. Oh, I see. So like hero icon. Okay, I see. Function not found. There's our face frown. It says couldn't find it. And it has a link back to the dashboard invoices, which is a nice way to fail because it lets the user sort of like recover from it, I guess. Refresh the route and you should now see this. Where is this? App invoices edit. Edit. Where is app invoices ID edit page TSX line 19. Source app tenants, tenant ID, analytics, topic ID. Okay, yeah, like it's an example of my company code base. Look at this route right here. Again, I can't. I'm gonna just copy this real quick and I'm gonna put this in here. I'm gonna increase the font size a bit. Look at this monstrosity here. Source app tenants. Then we have our tenant ID, analytics for that tenant ID. Then we have a topic ID with a dashboard, with an event ID, with an edit and a page.tsx. And you have all of this, but it's in folders instead because we have app, dashboard, invoices, ID, edit. So imagine you have this structure right here. You got to go in 20 different like layers to find where that file is. This is a case where I think I'd rather take my chances with the routes.rb file. Oh, geez. Okay. Let me go back over here because I think I broke something. So I'm going to scroll up a bit. I'm just going to retrace my steps. Probably here. Use Control P and Control T to find the components. Yeah, that's what I kind of feel like right now is I keep coming over here just to get myself familiar with it, but I keep sitting here and I want to go like ID and then like, I don't know, not found to find anything. And this is only like a couple levels deep. So I can imagine it's, yeah, otherwise we'll get sick. Yeah, I believe it. Okay. Dashboard invoices error. So let me come in here. Let me make sure this is working. Invoices error right here. Create a new file, error, and paste in the following code, which all of this is in here, right? Log the error right here. Then we come down here. This is our something went wrong page. Then come down here and we say, when you delete an invoice, you should see the following UI, which we do. Now we want to handle 404s. So we come over here to this ID. Oh, this one's not found. Wait, what? So this one is something went wrong when you type in 123, but this one is not found. That's, wait, what? Isn't this the same? Shouldn't this one be firing? 123 isn't a valid. Oh, so if it's not valid, then it's something went wrong. So the Postgres query crashes. Gotcha. Okay. But because this one's valid, it at least makes it that far, and then it comes back with a not found. Okay. So that was my fault for getting fancy. Okay. And then we can come back here, click go back, and that takes us back. Gotcha. Okay. All right. We did this. We have our not found. That's something to keep in mind. Not found will take precedence over error.tsx. So you can reach out for it when you want to handle more specific errors. Okay, so that, and because that's a more generic error, that's why we're running into that with the thing that doesn't, or it's like the malformed UUID. Further reading, error handling, etc. Improving accessibility. Okay. Git add dot. Is everything saved? Looks like it. Let me just check. Okay. Git add dot, git commit -m, and we'll say chapter 13. I probably should have been doing this the whole way through here. I'll never be able to find that bug myself. Yeah. that is a tricky one. It would have been like, it would have been prevented if I was just following exactly what they were saying. But that's one of those things where like you want to play with it. You want to see how it works. So you mess around with it yourself, and then you run into a bug, and that ends up wasting like 5 hours of your time. If you don't have a Khmer sitting there like hovering over your shoulder, just going like, no, that's bad. Do better. Okay. What is your accessibility? Accessibility refers to designing and implementing blah, 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 making things more accessible. So all that fun stuff. So now we're going to add lint. By default, NextJS includes the ESLint plugin JSX Ally plugin to help catch accessibility issues early. That's cool. For example, this plugin warns if you have images without alt text. Okay. Huge fan already. So we'll come into package.json. We'll add this in here. Add NextLint as a script in your package. So up here, right? Like this. Lint. Wait, what was it suggesting? Oh, it's suggesting ESLint, but we'll use NextLint instead. Okay. We add that, then we run npm run lint. npm run lint. And then it goes, everything's fine. Should see the following warning. Okay. However, what would happen if you had an image without alt text? Let's find out. So let's come over here to invoice table, and then remove the alt prop from the image. So we're going to have an image somewhere. We have an alt prop. We'll get rid of this. Like that. Oops. Like that. Save. This is like RuboCop, but this one actually works. Dude, I was going to make a RuboCop joke, But I was like, that's too predictable. Okay. Image elements must have an alt prop either with meaningful text or an empty string for decorative images. Okay. That's so fancy though. Okay. Now run it again. You'll see the following warning. If you tried to deploy your application to Vercel, the warning would also show up in the build logs. This is because NextLint runs as part of the build process. So you can run lint locally to catch accessibility issues before deploying your application. That's so cool, especially for like someone that's not super familiar with like web development, to have something that kind of holds your hand like that and just points out where your accessibility issues are. That's huge. Extend to match your code standard. Yeah. So then also like customize as needed. Okay. There are 3 things we've already, so like, I feel like something like this would be good to have like built into Rails as well. Like out of the box, it'll do an accessibility check for you and make sure you're not doing dumb stuff. Alrighty. Okay. So semantic HTML. Don't make everything out of divs. This allows assistive technologies to focus on input elements. I will kill for having linting by default into Django. Yeah. Well, that's something where like, I feel as though that would also help if, I don't know if they're doing defaults like that with Rails and like Rails 8, but I feel like that would help with some of the inconsistencies you see, especially when there's a lot of self-taught people using tools like that. Or maybe you have like a default, and then like if you want to move away from the default, you can. But having something out of the box that just says like, here's kind of how we do things, and then just points to it for you. I don't know. Again, that's part of the point of learning this right now, is just to look at it and go, what could we do that would make this cooler for like Rails? Labeling, including label and HTML4 attributes, ensures that each form has a descriptive text label. Provides context for AT, assistive technologies. Allows users to click on the label to focus on the corresponding input field. Then you have the focus outline. Shows an outline when they are in focus. This is critical for accessibility because it visually indicates the active element on the page, helping both keyboard and screen users to understand where they are on the form. Yeah, and this is something like not even like accessibility related. It's just sometimes I get lost in the page. I'm like tabbing through it and I can't tell where I even am anymore. And that's where something like this is nice. Good foundation. Okay, form validation. Okay, so now we're going to try to submit an empty form. You get an error. It's because you're sending an empty form values to your server action. You can prevent this by validating your form on the client or the server. Okay, so we can come over to the app UI invoices create form. So we'll say Control P, create dash form. Then we want to come into our input. Where is this? Enter USD amount. So we can just Control F for that. And we'll put this right here. Oops. Required. Okay, submit the form again. You should now see the browser warning. React has some popular headless with no styles UI components that add accessibility by default, like Radix or React Aria. So you can style them however you want. Oh, good to know. This does not bode well for me not saying to use React in my Rails videos. You're going to get me in trouble again. Okay, let me npm run dev. Come over here. So you can style them however you want and get accessibility by default and free. That's really nice. Okay, refresh. As soon as you feel like you're ready. Okay. We want to come over, what was it? To invoices, create invoice. Okay. Submit the form again. You should now see browser warning. So if I do this, I didn't put in an amount, so we should see this, and it says, okay, fill this out. All right. Makes sense. This approach is generally okay because some assistive technologies support browser validation. An alternative to client-side validation is server-side validation. See how you can implement that in the next section. For now, delete the required attributes if you added them. Okay. By validating forms on the server, you can ensure your data is in the expected format before sending it to your database, reduce the risk of malicious users bypassing client-side validation, and have one source of truth for what is considered valid data. In your create form TSX component, import use form state, which means we're doing use client, right? Use client. We need to import use form state here, like that. Inside your form component, the use form state hook takes 2 arguments, action and initial state. You're getting good at React. Yeah, some of it comes back to me as I do this, and other stuff is just like, I remember I was told use client, and then I just immediately go, am I using something React related? An alternative sounds like it's optional to do it server side. Oh, geez. Okay. Yeah, no. So like I think you mentioned like if it uses React, NextJS doesn't know about React, and then I heard someone somewhere say like use effect, use state, or anything like that. Those hooks mean go to client. And like I'm sure there's some flaw in that logic, but for now, hopefully that carries me along far enough to keep me out of trouble a little bit. Okay, it takes 2 arguments, an action and initial state, returns 2 values, state and dispatch. Oh no. The form state and a dispatch function similar to use reducer. Yeah, this one. The one that made the TypeScript tutorials turn into 2-hour-long tutorials where I really wish it could have been... Isn't the dispatch chill? Okay. No, I did like a couple of tutorials. Then for one of them, I was like, oh, let's be cute. Let's use TypeScript for this one. I ended up using a reducer or the dispatch, and then that React tutorial was literally like 2 hours long. Wait, let me actually hold on. Let's come over here. Rails React authentication, I think. Let me see. Yeah, API user counts 2 hours, 6 minutes. And like by the time you get like an hour into something like that, because I usually do it in like one take, I'm just sitting there. I'm like, please don't mess up. Please don't. If you mess up, you're going to forget where you messed up, and you're going to ruin the video. You get like an hour 30 in, and then your palms start sweating, and you're just like, please, please don't do it. All right. Let's see. So we do state and dispatch for these things. And then we return the form action right here. Pass your create invoice action as an argument, which we're doing. And then we have to return form action dispatch, Return action dispatch, like that. Okay. And then the initial state can be anything you define. So in this case, create an empty object, 2 empty keys. Okay. So in our initial state, we say this. Then we just have to do create invoice, right? Okay. This may seem confusing initially, but it'll make more sense once you update the server action. Let's do that now. In your action.ts file, you can use Zod to validate the form data, update your form schema as follows. Okay, so we got to go to action.ts now. Okay, and then we come into our form schema at the top right here. So we have customer ID, which is a string. But in this, we now do some braces. And then we say invalid type error. Please select a customer. Okay. Then we have a amount, z.course number, and we do .gt. Yeah, client side interactivity. I think means like let's say you're tracking the state on the client, then you're going to be doing a use client as opposed to server. Wait, hold on. No, this is fine. Okay. GT0. What is GT? Oh, greater than. Okay. Z dot coerce number greater than 0 with a message. Oh, message that says amount must be greater than 0. Okay, and then we have an invalid type for our enum as well, where we do this after the array, which is invalid error, and then we can backspace this. Invalid type error, sorry. That, okay. All right, so that takes care of that. Then we have this, throws an error. If the customer field is empty, it expects to type string, but let's add a friendly message if the user doesn't select a customer. Since you're coercing the amount type from the string to a number, it'll default to 0 if the string is empty. So now you tell it that it has to be greater than 0. And then it throws an error if it expects pending or paid. Okay. What's going on here? All this. Oh, we have a failed Vercel deployment. I can start collecting railway referral credits. Hold on. We'll give you $5 in developer credits for every friend who signs up for railway and pays their first bill. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just going through all my emails real quick. They're like blowing me up about this stuff. Okay, so next, update your create invoice. I also got one from Contago where they're like, hey, you created an account, but you didn't do anything. Do you need help doing something? And I'm like, no, I'll be back. Don't worry. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay, this is temporary until @type/React DOM is updated. Next, update your create invoice to accept 2 parameters. Create invoice, which is down here. Wait. Yeah, lib actions. Create invoice has to accept 2 parameters. So instead of just form data, now we have the previous state. And then we need to make state. By the way, Vercel will send an email like 1 hour later after your deployment fails. Gotcha. Okay. So that's the, yeah. So that's why they're emailing me. So we do a type of state. And we tell it to use previous state, which is a type of state, which is this right here, which has our errors for any of these 3 and our message. And it has the question marks because they could not exist, I think. And then we come down here, change the Zod parse function to safe parse in our create invoice, which we are doing somewhere. Validate fields happens right here. So we have our create invoice parse is now this, like this. So we get rid of these and we change it to validated fields. Okay, safe parse. Safe parse will return an object containing either a success or error field. Also, the initial state is almost always discarded because very few real-world examples actually use it. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. So we do our safe parse after our validated fields. If the form validation fails, return errors early, otherwise continue. Okay. Makes sense. We have our guard clause right here. Okay. If validated fields isn't successful, we return the function early with an error message. Finally, since you're handling the validation separately outside your try catch, you can return a specific message for any database errors. Your final code should look like this. Oh, I see. Okay, I messed up. So we actually want to come back here and do this, I think. So we have it like this. We have our type. We do this. We do our safe parse for this. We get our validated fields. We check if there was any errors. If there were, we return early. And then we call on the validated fields after we've done this little guard thingy. We say create invoice based on this data. Okay. I mean, at this point, you're looking at like, what was that? Like 30, 35 lines. Okay. Great. Now let's display the errors in your form component. Back in the create form TSX component, you can access the errors from the form state. Add a ternary operator that checks for each specific error. Okay. For example, after the customer's field, you can add this. Go in here to Let's look for name equals customer ID. For class name, default value, and then we want to do aria described by here, customer error. Using the Zod validation, you can do every validation you imagine, like comparing passwords, checking for unique in the DB, etc. Okay, so this is like a flexible tool to learn then, like this like technique with Zod. And then down here we have under our use circle icon, we come out one div. Put this right here. Customer error, aria live polite, aria atomic true, state errors customer ID, and errors customer ID map, error string. So for each of the errors, do something, because we can have multiple. Okay, in the code above, you're also adding the following aria labels. Described by, this establishes the relationship between the select element and the error message container. It indicates the container with the ID customer error, which is this container right here. So we put it in here. This is the ID, which tells it, this one right here is telling you what went wrong. Describes the select element. Screen readers will read this description when the user interacts with the select box to notify them of errors. Zod can return multiple errors per field. That's why it does an array. Okay, gotcha. Makes sense. Okay, ID, customer error. This ID in blah is just an ID. This is necessary for the describe by to establish the relationship. Real life polite. The screen reader should politely notify the user when the error inside the div is updated. When content changes, e.g. when a user corrects an error, the screen reader will announce these changes, but only when the user is idle as not to interrupt them. Okay. Practice adding aria labels. In the example above, add errors to your remaining form fields. You should show a message at the bottom of the form if any fields are missing. Your UI should look like this. Okay, so what do we have right now? If I come over here, let's just refresh, or yeah, come over to our invoices, create a new invoice, click create. It says please select a customer. And then you would come into each of those, create another custom error. Instead of customer ID, be using like customer amount or invoice status. And then you'd set the ID based on whatever that individual ID is. Once you're ready, run npm run lint to see if you're using the aria labels correctly. So what happens if I run npm run lint right now? No warnings or errors. Okay. And if I come down here to a different one, right? Like here, under class name, we say aria described by, and this will be like, I don't know, invoice amount error. And we can grab this ID, come down here below this icon, I think. We'll put it below the icon so it was one div up. Here, question mark. We'll just try this. But this needs to be invoice amount error. Like that. And then this needs to not be errors. This needs to be amount. Maybe we just leave this amount error like that instead of invoice amount, something like that. And then we just do this like that. Refresh. Oh, npm run dev. One div upper. Okay. Like this. Oops. Hello. There we go. Like that. Refresh. Oh, we have to wait for it to like take this initial initial run break. Okay, so we click create. Amount must be greater than 0, which is coming from our actions. And we can do one more for this last one right here, which is going to be, is this paid, unpaid status? Also, Next has built-in auto formatter. I've noticed that this is doing a very, very good job so far. This is nothing like the what was it? The Tailwind one where we spent like 30 minutes trying to figure out what was wrong, and it was because like the ID wasn't on the same line as the input, and it was causing the entire formatter to break. Like so far, it seems to be pretty consistent. But that Rails ERB formatter I was using, it was having a tough time there. Okay, so we do this, and then it said the last one, which is going to be here. Oh, wait. What is this? Once you're ready, run npm run lint and add the form validation to the edit. Okay, I'll just copy that one. I'll finish this one. I'll copy the other one. So what we got to do here is come into one of these. So up here we put it on the inputs, right? And we want to do this. Do we do it like, can we just hook up both to the same, what is it? Like status, I think. Here and here, and then come down and do the same thing as this. It's weird how much code is being copy pasted here though. Not sure how I feel about that. So we have this field set, right? We have a legend. We have our div with the rounded border. Which is what this is in, right? Yeah, so we come down here, we have our first div. We can collapse the second one, and then we can paste this in. We can change this to the, oh, thank you. Oh. Thank you. Alrighty. I had a food delivery. Okay, so we can come in here to the amount error, and this now needs to be amount status, and then this needs to be status.map. I don't know if this will work. We'll see. If I come in here and click create, please select a valid status. Okay. So they're both hooked up to it, and it seems to just work. I think I did that right. I don't know. But let's see. So, okay, that was also weird. I don't know what just happened. Why that icon just appeared. It was like this one, but in purple. Let's see. So if I come in here to Amy Burns and I click create invoice, these two work. $1, create invoice. I'm going to get rid of this. Come back. I click paid. Gets rid of it, or pending gets rid of it. The $1, click create. And create actually does it, which we can see right here. Okay, so all that's good. We did it. What else? It suggested doing this with, well, let me do the npm run lint first, make sure this actually works. Good. Okay, so it suggested doing this with the update. I don't feel like doing that, so we're just going to copy the update because I feel like at this point we've done enough of this. So let's come into edit form.tsx. Okay. Edit invoice form. Invoice customers, custom field. We have all of this stuff. Edit form.tsx. Come in here. We have these three things. We don't have update invoice with ID anymore. And then we get rid of, or we add in the action dispatch right here. Like that. Then we have to do use. Okay. Edit the invoice form, do the server action, which is lib actions, whatever. Then we have to find update invoice. Okay. Let's see. So we come in here to update invoice. We do the validations before we do the validated field. So we do like the safe parse and then we do the normal parse. But here we don't have a normal parse, right? Or maybe we do. We have this one. This is just validated fields data. Ooh, okay, wait. I have to go look at the other one because I think the other one's wrong, actually. I'm not using the validated fields in the other one. I think I'm just using the normal fields, so I have to go fix that. So let's come in here. We'll do the validated fields, update invoice, safe parse. If there's an error, or I guess if there's not a success, then we can return something went wrong. And then we come over here, and instead of doing this, we just do validated fields.data. And let me come in here because I think this one's also wrong. Oh wait, this is for create invoice. What am I doing? Okay, we have create invoice safe parse. Yeah, right here. Create invoice needs to not be doing this. We create validated fields, then we just don't use them. .data, like that. Right? And then we can come down to update. We have these, and then we have our validated fields.data. Okay, and that's why it was so many lines too, I'm assuming. Okay. Then we can like test this. I don't know. Come in here and try to edit one of these and see what happens. So we'll come into Amy. Something went wrong. It went wrong over here, which is edit form. Suggested to use form state, which we probably imported up here. Use form state from React, so we do that. Or edit, and then this is already use client, so then that's good. We get rid of this over here, and then we run this, and now we run into an error. Oh, because of this one, right? Update invoice with ID. Update invoice with ID, invoice.bind. What are we doing over here? Oh, we don't have this. We have initial state and state and dispatch. We have initial state and state and dispatch, so we get rid of this. That, we get rid of this. Update invoice. But then over here, didn't we have like create invoice being imported? So here, what? Oh, update invoice. It's no longer with ID. It's just update invoice, right? Because over here it was just create invoice instead of create invoice with ID. Oh, overload matches this. Then we come over to actions. And then in our update, this needs to take in our, what is it, the previous state? This one right here. So we get rid of this and we change this to previous state. And then that fixes the error over here. And then over here is this one. This one's upset about something too. It's upset about this where ID equals ID. So, oh, I see. We have to do previous state, comma, ID. We're keeping the ID, and then we're good. Let's see. Still upset. Okay, wait. That seems like a TypeScript error. Your code was correct, and bind is still required. Interesting. Grab this. So you're saying like this. Like this? Type string has no properties with type state. Wait, hold on. Because over here in our create form, we pass in create invoice and initial state. And this takes in, what was it? Takes in previous state and form data. Okay. Export async function, update invoice. Export async function, what is it? Update invoice, ID, previous state, form data. Oh, I see. Okay. Like that. Like that. Refresh. Still upset. You still need the bind. Like that. Okay, I see. Okay, so now it's not doing that, which means we're good because we don't have the things here, but it's at least working. Or I guess it's not working is what we should say. And the errors need to be added manually. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we go through all this, and then it just doesn't cover the rest of it. So it's like, yeah, okay, good enough. We're done here, which I guess I can respect. Okay. I can come over to start chapter 15. We stop the server. npm run lint. It's not upset. Git add doc, git commit -m, chapter 14. Git push. Oh, there's a section on authentication. Thank God. It means I don't have to sit here and go, am I doing this right when I cover doing a little user input thing. This is what I was talking about before when I was trying to like learn some of the stuff. Like you're hooking up React to Rails, you're kind of just figuring it out yourself. There's really no hand holding that happens there. npm run dev. Okay. Authentication versus authorization. Okay. Create the login route. Close all this. Create a new route in your application called /login. So this is app New folder, login. NextAuth gives you the basic blocks to make auth. It can and should be extended. Okay. Good. I like that. App login. Page.tsx. Okay. And let's just import all this. Like that. And then we have an app UI login. Login form. Okay. Antonio has a whole course on extending NextAuth. Oh. Store cookie. Okay, whatever. Oh, interesting. Enroll for free. Guess what I'm doing later? Okay, let me copy this. I'll send this to myself because this is probably good for me to get familiar with. It's on YouTube also. Gotcha. Okay. Let me come over here real quick. See what I'm getting tagged in. Okay. It's on YouTube. Oh my God. Oh, he wasn't kidding when he said course. But he does cover like OAuth and stuff. That's cool. Two-factor as well. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it in chat. One of the nice things, I don't know if I'm doing this. I don't know if I have the setting on, but I'm pretty sure YouTube lets me capture like a replay of the chat for the live streams, which means that hopefully when I do this, it like shows up if people are watching this in the future. But it's like a setting I have to turn on each time, and I don't remember if I remember to turn it on. So maybe there's like defaults I have to figure out with the live streams to have that turn on each time. Course is made for literally new people. It explains from zero NextJS. Gotcha. That's good because that's me. That's me right now. I'm that guy. 8 hours, my God. Okay. Acme login. We have all this with an Acme logo and a login form. Then we have our login form over here in our UI components. Okay. Please log in to continue. Email. So does that mean there's a sign up form too? I guess we'll find out. Let me just keep scrolling through here. Notice the page imports the login form, which you'll need to update later. Hello, future. All right. We'll be using nextauth.js to add authentication. Abstracts away much of the complexity involved in managing sessions, sign in and sign out, and other aspects of authentication. While you can manually implement these features, the process can be time consuming and error prone, not to mention like incredibly like insecure if you're letting someone like me do it. NextAuth simplifies the process, providing a unified solution for auth and NextJS applications. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do this. Let's stop the server. Let's right click to paste. Wait for this to run. Come back in here with an npm run dev. Next, generate a secret key. Wait. This key is used to encrypt cookies, ensuring the security of your user sessions. Okay. Grab this. Please, no one copy my secret key. And then we can come into our env file, which has a whole bunch of stuff. And then we can do, is it auth secret right here? Close that. For auth to work in production, you'll need to update the environment variables in your Vercel project too. You need to add that key in Vercel as well. Okay. Let me come over here. Let me full screen this. Settings. Where is it? env local. Top navbar settings, env bar. Okay. Environment variables. Okay. And then this needs to be the auth whatever we just called it. Where is this? Auth secret. that. Oops. Save. Added environment variable. Okay, so we got that. Okay, adding the pages option. Create an authconfig.ts file at the root of our project that exports an authconfig object. This object will contain the configuration options. Okay, so now we come into the root of our app. Right click, new file, auth.config.ts. Copy this, paste it in here. You can use the pages option to specify the route for custom sign-in, sign-out, and error pages. This is not required, but by adding sign-in login into our pages option, the user will be redirected to our custom login page rather than the NextJS default page. Okay, so this actually comes with default pages too. I'm enjoying NextJS more than I should. Yeah, it's, I don't know, I'm having fun learning it. I guess it'll probably be different when I try using it for an app and then like running into my own frictions when I'm not, you know, learning on Rails like I am right now. But again, I feel like this is why having a tutorial like this that steps you through it is really helpful. And I think this is something that like we should probably look at with Rails a little bit. Similar to like the Odin project, I guess. But again, I haven't gone through that yet, so I don't know what it's like. I could just be, you know, making stuff up in my head. You can use the pages option to specify the route for custom sign-in. So yeah, I'm assuming if we don't do this, we'll then have whatever the default is. And because we're going to sign in /login, that means in app, we have our /login page, which is what this is pointing to. So if I put this in like a users folder, I'd then come in here and say this is /users/login, I think. But okay, next add the logic to protect your routes. This will prevent users from accessing the dashboard page unless they're logged in. Okay, so we're gonna grab all this. This is in a callbacks thing, like that. They're working on something official like this for Rails. Yeah, I heard they were doing the documentation. I just wasn't sure if they had like an actual, because if they have something like this, that's gonna be fantastic. Okay, so we have all this. The authorized callback is used to verify if the request is authorized to access the page via NextJS middleware. It's called before a request is completed, and it receives an object with the auth and request properties. So that's this one and this one. The auth property contains the user session, and the request property contains the incoming request. The providers option is an array where you list different login options. For now, it's an empty array to satisfy next auth config. You'll learn more about the adding credentials provider section. Okay. Next, you'll need to import auth config object into a middleware file. In the root of your project, create a file called middleware.ts. Okay, new file, middleware.ts. Also, a full curriculum for schools and bootcamps. Ayo, let's go. Please. Okay, import next auth, import auth config, export default next auth, auth config.auth. And then export const config with a matcher. Okay, hold on. Here you're initializing nextauth with the auth config object and exporting the auth property. You're also using the matcher option from middleware to specify that it should run on specific paths. Okay, so API, next static, next image, PNG. The advantage of employing middleware for this task is that the protected routes will not even start rendering until the middleware verifies the authentication. Okay. Password hashing. It's good practice to hash passwords before storing them in the database. Hashing converts a password into a fixed length string of characters, which appears random and providing an extra layer of security if you ever end up dumping your database somewhere. In your seed.js file, you used a package called bcrypt, which we've seen before in Rails as well, to hash the user's password before storing it in the database. You use it again later in this chapter to compare that the password entered by the user matches the one in the database. However, you'll need to create a separate file for the bcrypt package. It's because bcrypt relies on Node.js APIs not available in Next middleware. Okay, so now we're going to create a new file. Okay. I'm noticing a theme here. New file. Call this auth.ts. And then in here, we need to put this. So here we import next auth config, export const auth, sign in, sign out. Okay. I I see myself doing a feature with Next.js in 10 hours compared with the 30 minutes into Django. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. If I start cooking with this, we'll see what we can pull off. But now I have full control of the feature code implementation. Yeah. So again, there's your trade-off. Is it might take you a bit longer, but maybe you feel like you have a bit more flexibility because of that. Or at least maybe you feel more in control because of that. It's generally recommended to use alternative providers such as OAuth or email providers instead of credentials provider. Okay, adding the sign-in functionality. Okay, so now you can use the authorize function to handle the authentication logic. Similar to server actions, you can use Zod to validate the email and password before checking if the user exists. So we're doing this in auth.ts. We're going to import Zod again. And then for our providers, we have the credentials. We want to do this. So I want to do this right here. Async authorize, which we need to credentials. Oh wait, hold on. Credentials, async authorize credentials, parse credentials equals z whatever. After validating the credentials, create a new get user function. Hold on, why is this upset though? Credentials is not assignable to this. So let me come back up here. Let me just copy everything. Nope, it's still upset. Okay, whatever. We'll leave this for a second. We'll come down here. It's for the return value. Gotcha. Keep going. Okay, auth.ts. We have import SQL, user, and bcrypt. Okay. So we come in here. We have SQL. We have import type user from our applibs definitions. And then we have bcrypt. And then we need to do a get user function right here. So we're getting a user with an email, promise, whatever. We're doing our error handling again, which is nice. And then we await a SQL where we select star from users where the email equals this. So we get a user by their email. And then we need to, if the parse credentials are correct, await the get user right here. So we're doing this in here after the authorize object safe parse. I want to do this, I think. Like that. Then we need to return outside of this like that, which gets rid of our error. Okay, then call bcrypt compare. Now we import bcrypt. Then we call this after we return null right here. Passwords match, check if they match. If the passwords match, then we return the user. And then down here, we just console log something that says, oopsie whoopsie, you did it wrong. Okay, finally, if the passwords match, you can return the user. Otherwise, return null to prevent the user from logging in. Now we need to update the login form. So now you need to connect the auth logic with your login form and your actions.ts file. Create a new action called authenticate. This action should import the sign-in function from auth.ts. Okay, so this is in applib actions. So actions.ts, .ts. I swear I know how to spell. And then we come in here to authenticate, which we'll do at the bottom, I guess. But we got to come up to the top and import these two, right? Because we don't have either one. And then we can come down here and we can export this, which we'll do at the bottom. Like here, I guess. So export async function authenticate. Takes in the previous state and some form data. Awaits the sign-in, which we're calling, or we're getting from up here at @auth. So we get our sign-in function. We then await sign-in with the credentials and the form data. If it's an instance of auth error, so here we're doing that error catching type stuff we were talking about earlier. So if it's a specific type of error, which is an auth error, then we can do a switch on the type. Say credential sign-in was invalid credentials, and then anything else just defaults to something went wrong. Then we get down here and we throw an error. Okay. If there's a credential sign-in error, you want to show an appropriate error message. You can learn more about NextAuth errors in the documentation. Finally, in your login TSX component, you can use React's form state. Okay, so in our, in our login dash form, we can use form state right here, which means we have to use client and authenticate, and then dispatch, which is our form. We have our class name right here, so we want to do action equals dispatch like that, and then we have to do this up here. Constant error message, dispatch, use form state. Okay. And then we have to do this below the login button for our error messages. Come down here to our login button, add your form errors right here, which is a flex H8, which we can do right here. We have our ARIA Live, Atomic, our error messages. Okay. Okay. We come down here to the login button, which has these things. So ARIA disabled, and then we're adding in the pending for the use form status. Okay. Adding the logout functionality. Okay. So now because there was like a logout button, right? Over here, or sign out. So I guess we're doing that. What is it? Side nav in here. Import sign out, and then we do our async on our form right here. So form needs this action. Form action async use server await sign out. Okay, so here you can just throw use server in here specifically. Okay, try it out. Now you should be able to log in, log out. Your application using the following credentials. User at nextmail.com, password 123456. Okay, so npm run dev. Absolutely love that authentication has to be done practically by hand. Yeah, that was I was a really big fan of when they did the like out of the box authentication with Rails, where they started moving towards that, and now they're getting like actual just lower level generators. I think that's a better way to do it, but who knows? Okay, so let's come over here. Wait for this to do all of its stuff. It tells me I need to log in before I go anywhere. And if I change this, it takes me here and I can only log in. So let me go to like dashboard. All of this should be done, right? Modifying to Django's authentication system is almost impossible. And I feel similar with like Rails and Devise, where it feels like I'm just, I don't know, I'm banging my head against the wall trying to figure out how to make it work sometimes for what I want it to do. Oh wait, user at next email 123456. Compiling dashboard. Okay, so now we're signed in. Can refresh. We still have this weird data fetch right here that we probably need to get rid of. And then we can sign out, and that takes us back to here. NextJS has really good options for making authentication. Yeah, I mean, so far, like there is a lot that you have to do here, I guess, if you look at it like that, but it's also not a lot compared to what I was expecting to have to do here for the authentication. I feel like we did more to make the like create and update actions than we did for the authentication. So that's really nice. And this is like telling me exactly how I need to go about extending it and stuff, which is also really cool. Okay, so git add dot git commit -m chapter 15 complete. Git push. Okay, there are some paid options like clerk.com, or you can even roll your own auth. Ooh, interesting. Pricing. Free plan, everything you need to get started. 10,000 monthly active users. Good God. 2 cents per monthly active user after 10,000 and $25. Yeah, but I mean, if you're already up to like 10,000 monthly active users, that's crazy. That is a crazy threshold to start at. Like I could understand 10,000 monthly logins maybe, but or like, I don't even know, like monthly page loads of it, or however they do it with like editors for a free tier. Like that's wild. Good for them. Okay, and then we just need to add metadata. Let's go. Okay. In web development, metadata provides additional details about a web page. Metadata is not visible to the... Wait, hold on. Is there a... my company doesn't even have 10K users, and we are an enterprise level company. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Again, like, you could worry about scaling to 1 million users, or you could just understand that, like, you're not even at the 10,000 user problem yet. So let's just be happy with what we have. Yeah, so like what is this? So this is the let me see. Come in here, we say next auth default routes. I just want to like scroll through some of this documentation. Tutorials maybe? Full stack. Magic link authentication. Okay, so they do cover this. Passwordless authentication, full stack authentication using NextJS and NextJS auth. So they also have like, okay, first of all, there's a YouTube video. That's a nice start. But there's also, this is so much more friendly than, I want to pick on it because like it's a pain point for a lot of people. I don't know. We can come to like RubyDoc, I guess. Maybe here. Maybe you want to call this devise. I don't know. Maybe this is like what you consider. But like, you're just looking at a GitHub README most of the time, which is, it's not enough. So then you got to go find like the side page. Like every time I got to go add usernames to devise. I'm like, where's the documentation on this again? I'm trying to find it, as opposed to just having like an actual website for some of this stuff. And I understand it's not like, you know, it's a third-party tool, open source, whatever. But a lot of it, you're like, if you start moving towards a default solution in Rails, it gets a lot easier where you just have like default docs. Maybe you add it to the new docs, and then you got like your whole the full curriculum and stuff, and it's so cool to have it. He also has a video to implement auth from zero with Next.js without third-party tools. Interesting. 11 minutes for sessions, cookies, and JWTs. That's pretty cool. Yeah, exactly. Always lovely to see official guides on these important topics. There you go. That's exactly what I mean. People just appreciate it when there's resources like that. Okay, anyways, why is metadata important? I'll get off my soapbox. Why metadata plays an important role in enhancing web pages SEO, making it more accessible and understanding for search engines and social media platforms. Yeah, it also helps like all the AI scraping tools to continue to ruin Google search results. Proper metadata helps search engines effectively index web pages, improving their ranking and search results. Additionally, metadata like open graphs improves the appearance of shared links. Yeah, so like your image previews when you share a link and it like shows like a image preview of the link, making the content more appealing and informative for users. Types of metadata. We have the title, we have the description, we have the keywords, we have the open graph stuff, title, description, image, and then we have the favicon. Then we have adding metadata. Next.js has a metadata API that can be used to define your application metadata. There are two ways you can add metadata to your application. Config-based, export a static metadata object or a dynamic generate metadata function in a layout.js or page.js file, or you can do file-based. Of course you can. Let me see. Next.js has a range of special files that are specifically used for metadata purposes. Favicon.ico, Apple icon.jpg, and icon.jpg utilized for favicons and icons, opengraph-image.jpg, and twitter-image.jpg for social media images, robots.txt, and sitemap.xml, which is all pretty standard stuff, right? You have the flexibility to use these files for static metadata, or you can generate them programmatically within your project. With both of these options, Next.js will automatically generate the relevant head elements for your page. Okay, so in your public folder, public, you'll notice you have two images, favicon.ico and opengraphimage.jpg. You can generate images using React codes. Generate images using code, .js, TS, and TSX. So in addition to using literal image files, you can programmatically generate images using code. Generate a route segment shared image by creating an open graph image or Twitter image route that defaults an export function. Okay, so the easiest way to generate an image is to use the image response API from next/OG. Okay. This is interesting. So let's see. We have our image response, import image response, route segment config, image metadata. So like about Acme and the size and the content type because we want to generate a PNG. And there's the actual image generation right here. So it fetches the inner semibold.tff, the import metadata URL. He sends it to an array buffer with returns a new image response. Image response JSX element. Okay. For convenience, we can reuse the exported open graph image size config to also set the image responses width and height. And your output becomes this property right here. That's so cool. Yeah, this is really cool. And it seems pretty intuitive to use. This example uses the params object and external data to generate the image. So this is for like a slugged stuff. So here you get into dynamic routes where you're doing this. Again, same deal. Export async function. We await this HTTPS/post whatever, and then we get JSON back, image response, post title. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Interesting. So what they're saying here, we'll do their the file or whatever they're talking about. Create a new metadata object in your root layout. So we'll come up to app layout, and then above our root layout, we do this like that. I'm going to try NextJS now. Oh my God. It's spreading. Everyone run. Stop watching the stream. Save yourself. It looks like it's contagious. Everybody go home. I'm a virus. It definitely seems like it. You might be at least a little bit virusy right now with how much this is spreading. Okay. So we have our title, our description, and our meta database right here. Okay. NextJS will automatically add the title. Let me move this over again. NextJS will automatically add the title and metadata to your application. But what if you want to add a custom title for a specific page? You do this by adding a metadata object to the page itself. Metadata in nested pages will override the metadata in the parent. Makes sense. So for example, in our dashboard invoices, over to dashboard invoices page.tsx, we can import metadata and we can export it for a custom title, but then we'll still have the same description and base as we did over here, I'm assuming. This works by repeating the title of the application every page. If something changes like the company name, you'd have to update it on every page. So then you can use the title.template field in the metadata object to define a template for your page titles. This template can include the page title and any other information you want to include. Okay, so in your root layout, come back over here. Okay, we need to update the metadata object to include the template. So we import metadata. We have our title. We now need a template here for the title. Like this. %s Acme dashboard with a default of Acme dashboard, which means your default ends up being what, like, I don't know, Acme dashboard like this. Is this what it turns into? Or does it just omit this first part? I guess there's one way to find out, right? Like we can just try it instead of messing around. Then we have our description and that. The %s in the template will be replaced with the specific title. Now in your dashboard invoices, we just do this instead. Go back over here. Instead of doing invoices, whatever, we just do invoices. Okay, so forget the practice for a minute. Let's just do an npm run dev. Come over here to our stuff. So we'll see this probably update with a title change. So there's our Acme dashboard. Okay, so it's not doing this by default, right? I think. So let's come in here to, what was it? The example auth. I don't think I have the copy paste. I don't. Okay, whatever. In here, we'll do this. Add the page title. It says to add all this metadata. I do need to go back to the previous page to figure out what that example email was because I don't remember. Go back to chapter 15. Oops, chapter 15. 123456 was the password. User at next email. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and I'm going to make a comment to this myself in the layout. User 123456. Okay. User at nextmail.com 123456. Come over here. And now this page here for the invoices, when we go over to invoices, now it says invoices pipe Acme dashboard, but if I come back to home, it gets rid of that and it's just this. Cool. Back over here. No, sorry. Where'd it go? What did I do? I must have closed it. Good job, me. Let's come back over here. Back over to chapter 16 and then scroll down. We did this. We did this. This is good. Here's your practice. Chapter 17. Next steps. Congratulations. You completed the NextJS dashboard course. We learned about the main features. Okay. We made it to the end of the course. So let's stop this. Git add dot, git commit dash m, and we'll say this is chapter 16 and course done. Git push. Did you like it? Yes, this was actually a lot of fun. And surprisingly, it went a lot better than I thought it would. For like a first time touching a framework, I was expecting a lot of things to break even while following like a tutorial. There's really nothing that was outdated, which is weird for me because I feel like I'm usually looking at outdated resources when I'm doing stuff. So that was also strange to like go through here and not have, every time I was like, oh, this is experimental, I was expecting you to be like, no, it's not, it's been out for a while. But it looks like it's very up to date there, where when they push a release, they also go in and they update this, which makes it a lot more accessible. Vercel is very good on documentation. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it. Okay, so what do we have? Here's some good resources to continue exploring. We have the admin dashboard template, commerce site, ooh, blog starter kit. Okay, hold on. On Next.js 14, an app router ready e-commerce template featuring app router, SEO, server components, actions, edge runtime, fetching and caching, checkout and payments with Shopify. Vercel will only be actively maintaining a Shopify version as outlined in our vision and strategy for Next.js e-commerce. So I was happy to partner and work with an e-commerce provider to help them get a similar template up and running. Alternative providers should be able to fork this repository and swap out lib/Shopify, their own implementation. That's pretty cool. So they got like a Wix one too. They got a demo. Okay. Let's go to the demo. Ooh, this is fancy. This looks better than the store I set up. Oh, geez. This is crazy. So you can get a whole out of the box e-commerce thing here. What else do they got? They got a blog starter kit. Let's look at that one. Sorry, now I'm just coming through and I'm just exploring a little bit to see like what they're doing and what you could do instead. Create app with -- example. So this was probably on the other page too, right? Like if let me come back. Let me go back to the e-commerce one. There's a command probably to just copy or to just set this up. You need to use the environment variables defined in here to run Next.js Commerce. It's recommended you use Vercel environment variables for this. So you install Vercel CLI, link the local instance, download your environment variables, and it should be running. Oh, interesting. This is like a different setup process here. Comprehensive guide with step-by-step instructions on how to configure Shopify as a headless CMS using Next.js Commerce. Huh. Okay, so what's the blog demo look like? Dynamic routing and static generation. You have like slugged friendly ID routes. It's also very snappy to click through here. There's not a lot of loading, happens pretty quickly. Very nice. Next.js platform starter kit. Man, there's so much stuff here. It's like a whole rabbit hole. I could sit here and look at this all day. Okay, so we have this up and running, right? And I've been pushing the code. So where is the Vercel? Right here. Let's go over to project. The update's been going to it, I guess. Log in. Yeah, so all of that got deployed already. So if I do user at next email, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this should all be deployed. This takes like 3 seconds because of that timer we put in for no reason. Okay, this seems fine. Over here. And our scroll is being preserved with the preserve scroll. That's really cool. Huh. Okay. So yeah, that's all done. Let's look at what Sam has with his Kamal. Because surely we can take this and make a mess of it somehow, right? Let's see. Here's where the fun ends. Okay, let's just skip through here real quick. So he's creating a AWS thing here. Okay. Well, deploy. Oh, geez, it's already 9:30. Okay, yeah. I don't think we're going to get Kamal deploying in 30 minutes. At least not with Postgres. Would it blow up if I tried it without Postgres? No. We're not totally getting out of it. Let's go over to DigitalOcean. Let's see if we can deploy it without Postgres and at least get something up and running. Let me log in real quick. You're not getting out of it that easy. Come on. Let's sign in. Let's do this. I promised the people Kamal I will deliver. Unfortunately, I have a feeling this is where this becomes like another 6-hour additional stream on top of what we have. You need to get the Vercel env and added them to the droplet. Okay. Gotcha. Yes, that makes sense because we have all of that stuff, right? But when we do this, right, we can add the environment variables. There is no Kamal people thing. No one uses it. No. I put it in the title of the stream. Everyone became Kamal people when they read the title. That's how I got you. You're like a virus spreading NextJS, but I spread Kamal to you just because you read the title. Okay, let's do this. Let's take the link tree droplet. Let's just pretend it doesn't exist right now. And then we can create a new one. Last night I had nightmares about Kamal. Okay, let's do this. Let me come through here real quick and do this. Okay, there we go. So yeah, we can come over here, New York, Ubuntu 23, basic plan, $6. Add a key. We'll say this is Next.js demo. Create droplet. DigitalOcean staff will be like, oh no, yeah. They're like, he's back. No, not like this. Okay. So that's running. Then we want to come into our terminal, do a Kamal and wait, hold on. Let's do a git checkout -b Kamal and it. No. Wait, chruby what is it? Hold on. chruby -3.2.2. And we can do a Kamal in it. Yeah. Okay, so we have a configuration file and we have some sample hooks. We already had an env, so we're good there. Okay. Let's come over here. Okay, so he is creating a Docker file, it looks like. Then they do have a Next.js. Where is this? Vercel Docker file example. Vercel Docker file, Next.js. Right here, Docker file. So we'll grab this one. It's updated 28 days ago. That's pretty good. Where is it? I don't want to download it. Just let me copy it. So come over here, right click, new file, Docker file. Paste this in. Let's look at it real quick. Node 18, Alpine, that makes sense. Just stuff nobody cares about, package, JSON, all that. Okay. Workdir is app. Node env is production. Adds the user groups. Copies from builder app public.public. Okay. Expose port 3000, which is what we were using over there. Host name 0.0.0.0. And it does this. Okay. So we have that. Now you said we need to come into our Vercel env. Let's see. So he does the Docker file. Docker file gets thrown in here. Does he change anything in here? I don't know if he does. He changes it to 20 as base. Okay. Node 20 as base. Okay. Oh, hold on. So there's actual modifications that have to happen here, it looks like. No, not like this. Okay, get rid of that. Workdir app. Okay. What's copy package.json package? Okay. So JSON package lock.json.slash. Okay. PMCI. So that gets rid of all of this and it's just npm CI. Okay. All right. And then we come in here and he gets rid of this one and it's just npm build. npm build. Oh, npm run build. Makes sense. Okay. This isn't ending well. Yeah, probably not, but It's worth a shot. We'll see. Okay. What is this? Telemetry. Right here. Telemetry. Disabled. We could have had a happy ending with Vercel, but no, to Kamal and ruin everyone's day. Yes, yes. Yeah, where did I post that earlier? How else could we have stumbled across such a description of my shenanigans? Like, come on. It's the only way to do it. Okay. Let's see. Let's come in here. He's doing. Okay. User next. Wait, hold on. Okay, so he's done in this file. Now he's coming over to the next config. Okay, so this is a lot more setup than other stuff. Like we're already coming through. We're modifying the Docker. That's fine. Then he's coming into the next config. Okay. Next config here, which has output standalone. Okay. It's Sam is a wizard for figuring this out. This is crazy to me. Build-t test-f docker file dot space dash load. We need to run docker. Docker if we're going to do this. Let me start docker. And I guess everyone's good at something, and this seems to be his calling, is making Kamal just work on various platforms. I guess if you need Kamal help, go watch Sam's videos. Okay. So we'll run this and we'll see what happens. I don't know if this is going to work because I just kind of like, haphazardly copied what I saw him typing and changing, but we'll see. This is how we learn. Oh, I still have to make a video for tomorrow. Oh, Lord. All right. I guess tomorrow's video can go up around like 1 or 2. Okay. So we'll try this a bit. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And then we'll, we can call it there, and then I'll go do video stuff because I have to do all the deploy stuff we did yesterday because I think that was the plan. But we'll try this a couple times and see how far we can get at least. Okay. Oh, this is taking its time. This is already making me miss the fly stuff we did yesterday. The fly IO. Okay. Let me continue watching this. Let me see what he does here. Okay, and then he does a Docker run afterwards, which is Docker run -p 3000 test. Okay. Oh man, this is every time you gotta do one of these commands, you're just stuck sitting there. You'd think like without the Ruby build step, it would be a bit faster, and yet here we are. Oh, this is doing all the telemetry stuff too, because I forgot to change that. I got too distracted. Might as well install this too, so it stops yelling at me every time we open up a Docker file. Okay. What's next? Okay, so now we do a Docker run -p 3000 :3000. Oops. Docker run -p test, because we named it test, right? Okay, so now this is up and running allegedly on port 3000. Oops. Okay. So we don't have our Postgres stuff, right? But we at least can see the application. That is considering how much hacking and how few brain cells I committed to editing that Docker file, just watching the video and hoping I caught whatever changes happened. It's impressive that we made it this far. So you would have to add Postgres on top of this. But for right now, we'll just play around with this. We'll keep going and seeing what happens. So now he does this Kamal init, which gives us the Kamal file. So we can go to deploy.yaml, right? Same as before. So we come over to DigitalOcean, we copy our IP address, we paste it in here. We can name this whatever we want to. We can say NextJS is our service, and we come in here, change this to Deanin/NextJS. This matches my name on Docker Hub. We have a registry, which again needs to be our name, and then we have a registry password, which we'll use a access token for. Excuse me. But we still have to do that. So let's come over here. I'm going to move this over. And we'll just see what his finished thing looks like. So this looks similar to the one that we used for Rails, right? So let's come over to GitHub/Linktree Tailwind demo. We'll come into config. This is going to be users, right? We have to come into users branch and then config and then deploy. We'll just copy all this. I actually lied. My name is apparently Deanout, not Deanin. Or no, it is Deanin here, but our service name was Deanout. Okay. So we have our Linktree demo. We're going to change this to Next.js. Dude, if you have to upload it to ECS, isn't it easier to use fragments or AWS? Omit all that, probably. But I'm not entirely sure. Copy, paste. Okay, and that gives us everything else here. We don't need the Rails master key. We need all the other environment variables, right? We'll leave this as Deanout. That's fine. Okay. It's got the registry username and password. He creates the repo. Okay. Oh, and then he just runs the Kamal deploy. There's probably a step where he's adding all the environment variables, I guess. Although we didn't really add those with the Docker file either. So let's just try this. We don't need the volumes for the Rails storage. That's fine. We do need the Kamal registry password. So I'm going to go generate one of those for Docker Hub real quick. Over to Docker Hub. So if you're not familiar, you just kind of come over here and you create a new access token. You name it whatever you want to. Next.js. This is on hub.docker.com/settings. So call this Next.js. And you click generate, gives you a key. Copy that. Okay. Let me close this. Close this one. Okay. And then we come over here to the env file is where I have to put this. This needs to be our Kamal registry password. Kamal registry password equals this. Like that. Okay. And that is also where I would have to put that other key we generated, which I put somewhere. So when we went over to our Vercel dashboard, when we put in that environment variable that we generated in our console, it was, which one? Let me see. OpenSSL rand. When we did this one and we put it in, we would then put this into our env where the Rails master key is. We just changed this to like Next.js master key. But I'm going to try it without, and we're going to see what happens. So now we should be able to just do Kamal env push. Key not found Rails master key. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that one. Replace it with, actually, you know what? I'm just going to omit it for right now. We'll just try it like this. Okay, and then we can do a Kamal deploy, I guess, right? Is what he did. Yeah, okay, Kamal. I guess you'd do, is it Kamal setup or Kamal deploy? You'd have to do setup, I think. We'll see. So we'll run this, and this will take Lord knows how long, and that'll probably fail. But at least we tried, if nothing else. Oh, alrighty. But hey, let's look at the upside. Learned a bunch of NextJS stuff today. That was pretty cool. Way more than I thought I would. What I kind of want to do now is one of my harebrained things that I wanted to do a while ago with like Rails, but it might be cool to do it here instead. If we were to take something like, okay, well, it's upset about something. Could not find expected colon while scanning a simple key at line 22. Because I typed cam in here. Oh my God. Okay, that one's not on Kamal. That one's on me for being big dumb. If we were to take this Pathfind app and like throw it into a NextJS app and have like preset area or preset like terrains or something, where you could like load in a set thing to see how a specific, oh my God, Kamal locked release. See how a specific pathfinding algorithm works in a specific case. Or you could like look at edge cases or something. That'd be pretty cool. Plus it'd be an interesting way to like look at the differences between what I did with React back when I had no idea what I was doing and now when I also have no idea what I'm doing. Like do our little search and see like what's better. Or you could even do something like with all the different simplex terrains where you have like some preset terrains and you look at how it calculates the cost from A to Z based on different terrains and stuff as like a pathfinding app for learning. That'd be cool. And it would actually trick me into learning NextJS a bit more. Okay, let's see how long this build step takes now that we're not in Rails land. Maybe this is a little bit faster. And let's also see how quick it is before we run into a crash. Because I can't imagine this is going to work first try. Actually, oh wait, huh? Yeah, we don't have to add it to the gem file. In the other one, in the Rails apps, I think we had to add the Vercel builds are around 1 minute for simple projects. Yeah. I have a feeling that number is going to go up a little bit. Part of it is also like, you know, setting up Docker. If we're counting like the initial Docker setup with Kamal, it's fair. Kamal builds are like 40 minutes for a Hello World app. Dude, they were running slow the other day. That was crazy. Like 15, 20 minutes when you're sitting there just waiting for the initial setup. Yeah, and it also has no idea what caching is, apparently. It keeps doing the same stuff, even though like we've already tried this 40 times. It's really weird. Feels like subsequent deploys don't speed up by much. Even like the Rails ones, when you just push like a small one file change, your next deploy is still like 190 seconds or something. Which 3 minutes for like updating the homepage in an app is kind of wild. But who knows? Maybe that's like I'm using it wrong type of thing. Also always just be me. But it does make me feel better that Sam's doing roughly the same stuff I do when it comes to the config files. Okay, so let's close this. And this. And this, which is the demo app. And then we have the demo app again, and we have the Vercel thing. Okay, let's see. The nice thing about this is you lose all of the cool fancy Vercel stuff too. But I guess the bright side is you don't get all those upcharges that you were talking about earlier with using Vercel. Which I can link again. I sent the link to myself. We were talking about this, I think. No, that's the masterclass. That's if you want auth masterclass. Where's the service markup? There it is. This one. This is the link I wanted. The bad side is you're using Kamal. Yeah, exactly. That service markup is interesting because it shows you what service Vercel is using and then how much they charge you on top of it. So like, yeah, it's convenient, but if you look at this, like there's a lot of steps where they're getting a pretty good markup on us, which is not great. Yeah, so we're already pushing like almost 3 minutes here, which is kind of wild. You said this was like what, around a minute? Excuse me, for simple projects. And this doesn't even include like the Postgres setup or anything. But this is how we learn. I do like the idea of having a single config and then just hitting deploy and you're done. It just seems like it's never that easy when we try and do this, which could be the sign that it's not a mature product yet. It could be that I'm doing stuff wrong is also possible. But yeah. Also, Vercel costs 4 times bandwidth and 30 times serverless compute in the Pro plan. Go enterprise plan or go away from Vercel. Yeah, and then there's all the overhead loops you need to know to jump through, unfortunately. This is taking its sweet time, though. This might actually just turn into a 6-hour stream here. Or like a 6-hour bonus stream. Just waiting for the Kamal thing to end. Let me come in here. Is this? I guess the bandwidth is... It's doing stuff. He doesn't learn. No, I never learn. I persist. You tell me to stop and I say, I'll stop when I want to stop. And then I do this until I literally get sick and I lose my voice the next day because I've just been sitting here screaming at Kamal to work. Let's see. Gotcha. Okay. How long do we let this sit here before we say it doesn't work? Like there's no real feedback here. Oh, there we go. Never mind. I just had to complain. For Kamal, 30 seconds, baby. No. It did something. It compiled successfully. Now it has to do the linting. And I mean, yeah, that took all of 2 seconds to run on my machine. But here, it's got to probably do other stuff. You don't know. We have to wait for the check mark to appear in the terminal. Maybe that's what takes so long. Either that or it has like a minimum amount of time that it needs to run when you run a setup. Like it's just hard coded to take 15 minutes. Yeah, like stealing your data and sending it to the Chinese government. Well, there is definitely a noticeable step here of collecting page data that's happening. Oh, there we go. It broke. Okay, let's see what broke. It went through all this. Error app, node modules, bcrypt, lit bcrypt, cannot open shared object file. CJS loader. Failed to collect page data for dashboard. I think I see why he turned off the telemetry. Let's go into the Docker file real quick and let's just do this because that's actually obnoxious. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. Docker file line 22, npm run build. Okay, failed. binsh-c npm run build did not complete successfully code 1. We just do see how much of this it caches. So there are definitely some steps being cached here. And I've disabled the telemetry earlier than before. I don't know if having the line in here twice matters. Oh, I see. During build and during runtime. Okay. Okay, so we're already at the linting step. So that was a lot faster. I think. But now we're at creating it. Maybe. Did that happen last time? How far did we get? Looks like step 22 or 26, 30. It was around step 30 where it went boom. Well, it's already step 29. Disabled telemetry. So the only other thing is like bcrypt, which it could be breaking because I don't have that environment variable that you said I needed to have set. The key that we set up. So maybe I have to go do that. What was it? Come over to the Vercel dashboard. Okay, so over here we had this, and then you said it was settings and environment variables. And then is there a way to see existing keys? Yes. Auth secret. I wonder if it's because I don't have the auth secret here. This one. So I'd have to put that over here. So let me come in here to my .env file. That's in here, so we already don't need it here. Nice. And then all we would have to do then is say in our Kamal deploy, instead of this, we need the auth secret maybe. And then this would then give us that secret during the step and cause it to actually work. So I'm going to make the executive decision to hit a Control-C here. We need to do a lock release because it's going to be completely upset. We can do a Kamal env push. And then we can do a deploy. And this time it'll have the auth secret when it does this. So in theory, that should cause it to work. Shouldn't we do that for all the env var? Well, the rest of them, right? I don't know. You can tell me because I really don't care if you see this. I'll just delete the project afterwards. I have these, all the Postgres stuff, the auth secret, and my token right here. So I think I have everything that I would need. I don't know. Or I have those in the env file, but I don't know how many of those I actually need because I'm not setting up the Postgres stuff. So the only one I can really think of is the auth secret. But again, in our Docker file here, it didn't break when I did this. So there's a good chance like that isn't actually what's impacting it here. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm asking. Yeah, I have no idea. We still need the Postgres connection to run the code. See, that's what I thought. When I did the Docker file and I ran that in the container, that worked without the Postgres connection, right? Or am I crazy? It may deploy but not run. Oh, for like the production? Because how is it running locally? Oh, it was connecting to the Vercel thing. You're right. So I wonder if the Docker container was as well. This one. Can I like start this? Can I open this? And then let's come in here to open in terminal. Let me try to sign out. So it says server exception happened. Logs. I know that with Docker, you need to pass all the env vars at build time. I don't know if Kamal works the same way. So this one's upset, missing sharp. Valid server action request. Yeah, I have no idea. It does not match the origin header with value localhost port 3000. I don't know. We'll see. If it works this time, it works. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Can't be helped. This is probably where it would have been smarter for me to stop earlier in the NextJS has built-in CSR validation. Gotcha. It would have been smarter for me to stop earlier in the Vercel demo before we did the database stuff and just tried deploying like a basic front end to see what happens. You need to add 0.0.0.0 to the allowed domains. Gotcha. Okay. So over here, allowed origins. So in the next config, you then have to do allowed origins here. So that would be over here in next config.js. So we have the output, or wait, no, hold on. We have const next config. You have module exports equals next config. So maybe you take this. Is this how you do it? You do like this. And then you would set this to 0.0.0.0. I mean, really, if we're being honest about it, you could also just set it to like asterisk and call it a day. Okay, so yeah, that's still upset. Do something like that. And then let's do a Docker build real quick. Let me stop the Docker container. Door just opened. That was weird. And then let me get rid of the Docker container. We'll see how long this takes. Then we can try this again. Yeah, what we might have to do is just save Kamal with NextJS for another time and see. At this point, like it's just funny to me to try it with different things. Of course, this does mean we're gonna have to try Laravel at some point because this was a lot of fun actually. Docker build -t. We'll build it. Or I just did that. Docker run. There we go. We'll run this and then come over to localhost port 3000. Okay, yeah. So this is still upset. So yeah, I'll have to go through it and try stuff. But yeah, this was fun. So now we got to figure out like what an actual app to build is instead of following a tutorial to see like what it's like to add sharp also. npm install sharp. npm install sharp. We got to figure out like an actual app to make with Next.js, maybe a simple one, just to see what it's like to like try and actually use it. Sharp is only used for self-hosting. Gotcha. I wonder if is that what it's upset about? Have to collect page data, error. Oh no, it's the bcrypt lib node is what it's upset about. So I'm willing to bet in the Docker file there's something else I have to add for bcrypt maybe, and that's what's causing it to go boom. So that's something I'll have to figure out on my own probably. You can change the bcrypt package. Watch this. What's happening? I think 2 cats just broke into my room and now they're fighting each other on the carpet. What's wrong with you two? My God. Okay. Okay, it's at the build step. Thankfully, this is a lot faster with the Docker containers on the local machine. I don't know what Kamal always does that causes it to run so slow. Unless maybe it runs slow because I'm using the smallest droplet and that causes it to be like a super slow process. I could see that maybe being it. And that's why it's slower because it feels like the Docker stuff here is really fast compared to when we try and Kamal deploy or whatever. But then we get to this step and it takes like a minute every time. Dude, are you good? My God. Like they came into the wrong neighborhood. Refresh. Okay, so dashboard's up and running. Error sharp is required to be installed in standalone mode. Oh, in standalone mode. bcrypt sometimes gives problems. I wonder if that's what it is then. So yeah, it's still upset about the sharp stuff. Let's see. Read more here. Sharp missing in production. npm I sharp. Then build your project with next build. Finally, restart the server with either next start or production mode. Sharp is already installed but can't be resolved. Set the sharp path environment variable. TMP. Okay. It should be 0.0. Okay. So let's come into here and set this to 0.0.0.0 colon 3000. And we can also just try 0.0.0.0 and see if that works. Something like that. Stop server. I don't know if the 3000 is, well, I guess we can just try both and see what happens. We'll run this again. Everything will be cached, hopefully, except for whatever this is used for. Dude, they're losing their minds. All right, here's the deal. If you two don't get along, you're both being evicted. You're going out the door. Not like the outside door, but at least like the room door, because this is, you feel like I'm about to be attacked. In case you're wondering, let me come over here. I can show you the two culprits. It's this one and this one are having a turf war right now. And unfortunately, he always wins and always bullies everyone for some reason. Okay, let's do Docker run. Close this. Go over here again and refresh. Refresh. And sharp is still upset. Sign out and it's still upset. Yes, I don't know. Oh, wait, right here. X forwarded host header with value does not match origin header with value. Oh, okay. With value, localhost port 3000. So we need the localhost in here. That's why it's upset. And then we'll build. These are my dogs. Okay, let me see. Hey, let's go. Those are good pups. I bet they could get this working. No time. The cats, not so much. The only thing they'll do is unplug the router and kick me offline. They're like full tilt right now. It's crazy. Okay. I feel like a lot of this just has to do with me not reading the errors when they pop up. But I should probably get it working locally before I try and deploy it. Although I feel like, again, the deploying is probably because of the bcrypt stuff you said.
In the email. So let's go ahead and import get user by email using the @data user and the structure.
Okay. And then we'll come up here and run this again. Come over here. Wait some seconds. Yeah, I figured. Refresh and sharp is still upset, but nothing else is. So now we can click sign out and that works, but sharp is just upset for some reason. Okay, so now let me just real quick try the email we have, which I put in layout, I think. Just see if this works. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that works. So I feel like that means that the environment variables do need to be added. So let me come over here. One sec. Okay, we'll do this. We'll come over here. And we'll try this, I guess. Did you install sharp? I did do I thought I did an npm I sharp. Let me come into the package.json real quick. So I do have sharp right here. Oops, right here. So I don't know what its problem is. But let me come into the Kamal deploy real quick. Let's add all these other things. Dash. Maybe Docker didn't invalidate the cache. It's possible. Dash Postgres. Postgres Prisma URL. Postgres URL, no SSL. No, what is it? Oops. It's going to be non-pooling. No, Postgres URL, non-pooling. We need the Postgres user. We need the Postgres password. No, Postgres host. Then we need the Postgres password. We need Postgres. Again, this is using the Vercel stuff, so there's a good chance this is going to work. Postgres database. We have auth secret. We need auth URL, I guess. Auth URL. And we have a registry password right here. Okay, so let's try. Oh wait, this just worked with this Docker file, this setup. So let's try a Kamal env push. That pushes up our environment variables, and we can do a Kamal deploy and try this. Then we can see. If it changes, it changes. If it doesn't, I don't know. I'll go cry myself to sleep. And by cry myself to sleep, I mean go work on a video that needs to be made for tomorrow. Oh boy. Okay. Over here. Yeah, I don't want to write off Kamal as useless until I've tried it with a couple different things. I thought this would be a good thing to like run through and test just to see. Because this is like not Rails related, I guess. So I feel like this is a pretty good, Kamal is never a good thing, it's evil. I feel like this is a pretty good benchmark of like what could work. What it could be used for. If you could get it to a point where you're not setting up like this many environment variables and stuff and all the initial config, maybe it gets better. But I have a feeling like it's pretty much going to be like a Rails tool maybe. Because it's kind of hard to compete with a lot of the other services. Now, maybe if you're like deploying your own machine, maybe this is still better. It's still set up. You don't have to do if you have like a good file each time and you know what you're doing. But, you know, what are you going to do? So we'll deploy this and then we'll see what bcrypt has to say.
By email. And here's a quick little tip for you. Some people have reported that bcrypt is causing them errors in the app. So if you want, you can use an alternative version of bcrypt. I'm going to install it and demonstrate it just in case you're having any issues. So npm install bcrypt.js like this. And just as in the previous one, you also need to install a dev dependency of bcrypt types, of add types / bcrypt.js. Okay. And I believe they should work exactly the same. So you can import from bcrypt or bcrypt.js. And I think it should be exactly the same.
Okay, so it's a switch to that and maybe that'll cause it to work. Package.json. Okay, so we'll let this run and then we'll try the bcrypt.js and we'll see if that fixes it. First, we have to sit here and watch Kamal do whatever it thinks it's doing. Wait, when we did this with the link tree, I think we tried this with a bigger server. I think we used like the $12 server. And we still ran into this where it was taking forever. So yeah, maybe it's not the server size. Maybe it's just slow. That's a shame. I really want to find out that I'm just using this wrong. It's actually super easy to use and it works every time. And you always have a good time when you use Kamal. But it feels like I continually run into stuff where it's just as hard as if I had just done it from scratch. This is where we should start like I don't know, a channel Minecraft server or something. Just somewhere to go entertain ourselves while this is running. But like you said, then we'd spend our entire time playing Minecraft because this just constantly runs when you're trying to get it to work. I mean, the average runtime for this has to be like 10, 15 minutes. It's ridiculous. Do we have a timer here for the last failure? Let's see. There's usually a thing in here that has a time. 0.1, 40 seconds. I guess there's no overall time here, huh? That's a shame. All right, come on. Give me something. I am excited for this weekend though, because I'll actually be able to go through and like test stuff. I think actually Twitch ended up approving the first emote that I made. And YouTube already did, I think. Let me see. How do I do this? Oh, it's Dean. Is it Deanin here? Yeah, there we go. Gives me a little emote in chat. Now we just need the sobbing uncontrollably one, which again, still applicable. Oh my god. Come on, please. Please, just work. Yeah, the Twitch verification for that emote took like 24 hours. It was crazy. The YouTube one, I uploaded it and they went, yeah, we trust you. I'm like, okay, wow. I guess it helps to have a rapport. Which it's kind of wild considering the fact that it's just like a little babby image, but I don't know how much people are like uploading not safe for work stuff or whatever they're doing on Twitch with their emotes and getting into trouble. So maybe that's why it takes so long. Okay, so yeah, it went boom, and it went boom for, where is it? We're looking for bcrypt. Where is it? Bcrypt something. npm install. Right here, bcrypt. Okay, bcrypt lib node. So yeah, we're gonna try this with the it was bcrypt.js, I think, is what he said.
Bcrypt or bcrypt.js.
Okay, so we need to npm I bcrypt.js. Then there was a npm I he did with
bcrypt. Just
right here.
Types. Sorry, of at types.
npm I at types / bcrypt.js. And there comes the spam. Okay, so we do that, and then we come into wherever he is, which is, we go into like our auth page, I guess. Maybe our actions. Is our actions where we're doing that? Let me do a bcrypt auth ts right here. So in here, we want to do bcrypt.js. Right, and then we're not using it anywhere else that I can tell. Oh wait, maybe in our seeds. We don't want to change this to bcrypt.js just so it's consistent. Like that. And then we could do Kamal deploy again. But it's still weird to me that this works on my machine and it doesn't work on the other machine. Like, I don't know how this always happens. Because, like, in theory, if I can run it in a Docker container here, it should be able to run it in a Docker container there. It's just kind of weird. If we come into, like, the config deploy, there's really nothing in here that's telling me, oh, this shouldn't work. At the very least, it should like finish running and get deployed on the server, and then we like can't access it because of SSL or something. Like, I would understand that, but here it's like it always fails during the build step, which is the weirdest step for it to fail on, because if you can run it in a Docker container, you should be able to run it in a Docker container. I also don't understand why it takes so long each time. And I've tried Kamal setup, I've tried Kamal deploy, I've tried redeploy, and they all take like similar amounts of time. Okay. Analytics, there we go. Okay. We'll see. If this works, then we're good. If it doesn't work, then I'll probably call it a night here. This will be the final attempt. And then tomorrow, at some point, you should see a video on the difference between deploying to Fly.io, deploying to Railway, and deploying to Render. And it should have a tutorial for each of those. And then I might do like an individual tutorial video for those at some point. Yeah, so that'll also happen, hopefully. Assuming it's going to be a bigger video. No Raspberry Pi. Yeah, no Raspberry Pi. And no Arduino. That's above my pay grade, is making an Arduino work with this stuff. That seems like it'd be a lot. Although at some point I do need to figure out what I'm going to do with this Arduino, because it just sits on my desk. And like I had the I have like the little 7-segment display on it. Oh, this is a little bit shaky. Like the little display on it right here, where you can like show, I don't know, some arbitrary text. And I had it so that like whenever I'd move the joystick, I could track which direction I was moving it in. Just some basic stuff and playing around with it. But I don't know what I'm going to actually do with it is the problem. I bet it's easier to deploy to a Raspberry Pi than using Kamal. You're going to make me buy a Raspberry Pi just so I could say today we're going to be deploying to a Raspberry Pi using Kamal. The best of both worlds. I can take my little Kamal app with me everywhere I go. Go walk around the mall and be like, hey guys, do you want to see my little Kamal app? Then I go to show it to him and it doesn't work. And I go, wait, hold on. I have to redeploy. I'm sitting there with like a little USB keyboard that I'm trying to run the deploy command on again. No. This time for real, it'll work. Just trust me. Sir, you've had us here for 25 minutes. We really just want to leave. Yeah, I don't know if come take a look at my Kamal app is the pickup line we want to be going with. That one might not go over so well. Hey lady, do you know how to use Kamal? Me neither. That's terrible. The process to get arrested. I feel like subjecting anyone to this build process should get you arrested. Like even setting aside the obvious harassment of doing that, but like just in general. Yeah, would you rather deploy in 3 minutes or would you like to sit here for 25 minutes between deploy attempt? Like this is enough to break anyone. And then you got to sit here and look at all the fun icons of your taskbar and just be like, no, you're stronger than that. You're not going to just go and open up some other program and get distracted. You're going to be a good noodle. You're going to sit here and watch oh, look at that. The Jagex launcher open. I guess we don't have a choice but to go play RuneScape. That's what I feel like sometimes. especially with like the video stuff, because when it's a video as opposed to a stream, and this happens, I can get up and walk away. But the hard part is then I have to come back, and that mental like load of I have to come back because I'm like eating up my storage space. Sometimes I'm like, I could just stay down here downstairs, let the computer blue screen when it runs out of storage space, and it's not my problem anymore. Especially because like you come back and you're like, well, if this doesn't work, then I'm gonna have to do it again. And eventually the video is just going to be too long, or the file is going to be too big, and I don't want to edit it. It slowly eats away at your sanity, and there's no one there to witness it. So like when you say, oh, it's so hard to use, they go, well, but it worked for you first trying your video. And you're like, you have no idea. It was a week's worth of trying to get this thing to work. And then like you get the comments where like, why not just use Docker? And I'm like, well, I mean, honestly, if you already have a Docker Compose file, just go grab a Docker image real quick and go set it up. Probably be a little bit faster. It'd also be funny to like track the analytics of this when you're doing one of these deploys. Just sit there and watch like the viewer graph as it happens and see like how much the graph plummets every time I go to type the words Kamal deploy. Or people are like, he's doing it again. All right, I'm gonna go watch someone interesting again for 10 minutes and I'll come back. See what happened. So yeah, this is definitely like, I don't know. I have to figure out a different way to do this. If we do like longer deploys in the future where it doesn't just, take up the entire screen the whole time and like detract from everything. Maybe we got to find like, I don't know, some kind of thing to do to keep ourselves entertained. Maybe we literally just do a Minecraft server. I don't know. Subway surfers on half the screen. Tap into the Zoomer mindset. Good God. Honestly, though, gotta do something. Good news from Fly.io. Oh yeah, this is another cool thing that Fly.io does. They just sent me an email. They said, good news from Fly.io. We don't collect bills smaller than $5. This month, your bill of 2 cents falls below that threshold, so we're discounting it by 100%. Which is just it's like a really nice thing of them to just send out an email like that. And it's like finally you get an email where they're not saying we have to increase our prices. They're just saying like, hey man, it's on us. I don't know. It's just always nice when I get those. As opposed to, certain other services that are like, well, we've continued to expand our offering, so now we have to increase the prices. And you're like, dude, it's a G Suite email address. Stop increasing the prices, please. I got the email the other day and it was like increased to like $12 or $14. I was like, okay, never mind. We'll go back over to, or we'll like discontinue this and just move over to, I don't know, like Hey at this point. If I'm already paying $12, $14, why am I also letting you harvest all my data? Oh, geez. Okay. Let's close this. And then once this finishes, then I'll probably end up nuking this because I've exposed all of these secrets throughout this entire stream so many times that I'm kind of over it now. It's probably dangerous for me to keep this thing running from like a billing perspective. Okay, so this is 355. So this is a 6-minute build process so far. It is exporting the image. I think that might be further than we got last time. So this might be progress. Click on the Vercel logo and see usage. Usage. Oh, hobby plan. Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't know if I actually gave them like billing data, maybe? I don't know. We've had 4 megs out and a couple kilobytes in. Let's yeah, you're almost done on the free tier. Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, again, it was just for playing around. For Postgres, yeah. Everyone's got to make their money, right? At this point, it's just better to use Neon. Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, at this point, I'd add in like just like an extra accessory and just say we're going to run Postgres on the same server we're deploying the app to. Just call it a day. Neon Tech. Serverless Postgres. The generous free tier. Huh. So many like new tools to look at and learn about. I just hope that they don't all take as long as this one does. Is this like really seeing that something happened here? You're going to Docker Hub. I haven't used Neon, but I heard it's so unstable. We're fully operational. Oh. Yeah, I can see why you might have heard that. Oh. It does seem to be a bit of a pattern. But you get what you pay for, and if you're there for the free tier, then I guess that's good enough, right? Oh, it's pushed. Okay, so we've definitely made it further than last time. So the switch to bcrypt.js was definitely the way to go. And we, of course, have to go over to Cloudflare, and we have to change to this IP. Oh, yeah, I personally hate free tier. Yeah, I remember you saying that the like free tier just diminishes the paid tiers a bit, or makes the paid tiers more expensive. Yeah. And I have to log in with one password again. And I can do this. And then we come over here to here. Right, and then we come into DNS. We come into here. This is for the wrong one. We come over to this one. Come into DNS. We edit this one and we paste in our new IP. Okay. It is trying to do a health check here, but the health check is going to fail because I didn't set the health check endpoint. But if we switch this over, 404 page not found, container not ready. Hey, Dev. Nice to see you here. Let's come over to, so I think in config and deploy over here, there's like a health check for your application, right? And then there was like a, there's one in here. I think he had it set somewhere. Health check path was slash. So it was health check colon, and then path colon slash was the health check endpoint. Right? And then we can do can we just do a redeploy? Is this a thing? How long did that last one take? Oh my God. See, this is what I mean. That is wild. It's what, 12, 13, almost 13 and a half minutes. So hopefully the redeploy runs faster because I think the last one I ran was the setup. Yeah, we're already past all the build stuff and we're generating a static stuff. So going redeploy here is going to save a ton of time, hopefully. And then hopefully the health check works. but I'm not sure if he set up the health endpoint or whatever. Vercel just added a wrapper around Cloudflare DDoS protection. Prevent malicious traffic with attack challenge for. Oh, that's cool. Vercel firewall protects your application from DDoS. Interesting. I guess how's everyone feel about Cloudflare? Because I feel like everyone uses Cloudflare at this point. Is there like is there a concern about that? Like maybe we're giving Cloudflare too much power, too much reach, or are we just accepting of our Cloudflare overlords? Again, I feel like every time it goes down, like we really feel it, and then if they ever decide to crank up the prices, we're definitely going to feel it. You just accept it. Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. I'm in that boat. I think about it to myself, but like also you just kind of sit there and you're like, man, they could really just do a number on most of us. If it goes down, everyone goes down. Yeah, everyone just takes a break from the internet if Cloudflare goes down. Whenever they have an outage, everyone's just like, yep, we're done for the day. I don't know. Are there competing services for Cloudflare? It's like AWS going down last summer. Dude, that was crazy. When AWS went down, it literally felt like 40% of the internet went down with it. Like you try to go to any website and it was just like, actually the database here isn't working because it's AWS hosted or something. Let me see. Cloudflare competitors. Bunny CDN. They literally just have Cloudflare alternative. Bunny CDN? Okay. Gartner. Let's see. Optimized for video. But I don't trust them, to be honest. Yeah, that's the other part. Like at this point, Cloudflare has a reputation, right? You're like, yeah, I can probably trust these people. Going with anyone else. You know, Cloudflare, like if they try to screw people and like do something dishonest, they're going to have like big adult problems with like the big companies coming for them. So you're sitting there like, oh yeah, you could try and screw people, but you know, AWS is waiting right over there, and they got several baseball bats waiting for you. Also, when AWS went down last summer, we got almost a 70% discount at the bill. Yeah, that's the other nice thing. Like they actually, you know, when they go down, they're like, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen, and then you get a discount. And Cloudflare literally didn't charge the month. That's crazy. Discord is the alternative. Jesus. Yeah, let me go host my websites through Discord. Wonder what the. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, look, 'cause I've just been like kind of blindly using Cloudflare. I haven't really thought about the implications of it, but every once in a while that it does come to my attention. Like, oh, you know, that is a point of failure. No joke. We use Discord as our public forum. Yeah, I mean, I know people that use Discord for like, they use it either for public facing communications. They use it for like internal communications. There's one of my friends uses Discord like for work. So like they post their tickets and stuff through like GitHub hooks that go through Discord. So they're like actually doing dev work through Discord, which is funny. But it also causes him to have to like set his status to offline whenever he's like doing something he shouldn't be doing at work. And whenever I see that he's offline, I'm like, you're playing games again, aren't you? The only time you're offline is during work hours. It's a little bit suspicious, which it shouldn't be, but you can always tell like the behavior has shifted a little bit. And then they'll like reply to you when they're supposedly offline. You're like, yeah, you're set to invisible again. I'm on to you. Use it for both internal and public communication. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice platform. I do wish the UI would be a little bit better sometimes. Like it is a little bit unintuitive to me. When I'm like trying to like navigate it or something, I'm just like this. I understand we're aiming at gamers, but this is just not It's not doing it for me. We also paid the Discord Pro just to cover the costs. We don't have to, but it's nice to help. Yeah. It is amazing how much they give you for free. To the point where I'm like, are you guys actually going to be able to keep your service running if you keep doing this? You sit there and you wonder sometimes. You're like, are we going to wake up and Discord's charging us now? Because I can't imagine they're making at least like the video sharing costs back for a lot of it. Like sitting there sharing 1080p for hours on end. Some people fall asleep streaming. I'm not going to name names, but it's no idea how Discord pays for their Scylla cluster. Let's see. Oh, container is healthy. I saw healthy. Let's see. It's 177 nodes with trill. Oh wait, it did something. We did it. We did it. We we have a NextJS app deployed with Kamal. Let's go. Again, go sub to Sam. He's so helpful when it comes to this Kamal stuff. Like, yeah, part of it didn't work, but that was just bcrypt being cringe. It is crazy that this worked so smoothly. He's not even subbed on the other channel. I'm gonna sub on the other channel too. Okay, so honestly, again, I don't know if there's a point to getting this working. But if I try this now, and this is connected to the Vercel app, so that's kind of weird, but you would then change these DB environment variables for whatever your other one is, right? Let's come into app. Where is it? Layout. Do this one. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll see. Oh, I don't know if it's going to be happy with this, but at least we have it hosted. That's what I wanted to do. I just wanted to have a server up. I didn't want to have like, oh, I did this over here. What am I doing? Oh, I see. It's redirecting to localhost, right? Let's see. Is that where it's happening? Probably, right? Over here. Discord had 72 nodes running at 2022. That's like 200K per month. I don't know how many they have in 2024. I mean, I have to imagine it grew a lot, right? Like 22 and even some of 23 was a lot of growth for a lot of companies like that. Alrighty. Anyways, we got this working. I am going to call it here for the night because I have to go record the video. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Thanks for holding my hand while I was learning Kamal. Or not Kamal, while I was learning NextJS. There we go. I got there. But yeah, check see Discord. Let me see. Supposed to go over here, right? Oh, there we go. Ta-da. Estimated on-demand monthly payment will be 1.8 mil per month. More than 1.5 mil. Yeah, this is and like where I guess like how many Nitro subscribers do they have? Oh, do they publish? Do they share that information? How many Nitro subs Discord? Approximately 1 million users have availed of the Nitro service. Okay, that's... There we go. I mean, I do feel like they're monetizing a lot more now. It feels like there's a lot more monetized here. So maybe they are, finding a way. 6.7 million active servers. Okay, wait, when was this published? It was published in 2024, January 10th. It's like a month ago. Okay, 6.7 million servers. In an effort to compete with Slack and Microsoft Teams, which makes sense. Also, everyone on our Discord has Nitro. Yeah, a lot of people that like just even use it for like gaming have Nitro just because they think it's cool. Let's see. They went from 10 million in 2016 to 45 million in 2018. In the span of 2 years, they 5x their user base, which at that scale is crazy. Let's see. Discord generated 445 million revenue in 2022, a 42% increase year on year. Almost all the revenue comes from Nitro. 175 million active monthly users and 450 million registered accounts. That's a really high ratio of like active users to registered accounts too. And then of course the valuation, which never means anything. It's just wildly up there. Okay. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. Oh, alrighty. Anyways. I appreciate everyone hanging out. I will now go into night mode. Yep, thank you for the help again. As always. Thank you for watching and hanging out.